Our next broadcast is a radio and television comedy series that ran for over 3 decades, from 1932 to 1955 on radio and from 1950 to 1965 on television. It won numerous awards, including the 1959 Emmy for Best Comedy Show, and is generally regarded as the high watermark in 20th century American comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Jack Benny Program on HOJO Radio.
J-E-L-L.
The Jello Program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Gee, But You're Swell. You've often seen the hallmark on gold or silver, but perhaps you never knew why it is there. It's there as a symbol that the article which bears the mark is genuine. In the same way, the name Jello on the package is your assurance that the product in that package is genuine Jello. And so the reason I keep emphasizing those big red letters is this. Jello is a gelatin dessert. The name Jello is a trademark belonging to General Foods. When you see the big red letters on the box, you know you're getting genuine Jello made by General Foods. So if you hear any other flavored gelatin dessert referred to as Jello, you'll know that is incorrect. For there is only one Jello, and only Jello brings you that extra rich fruit flavor. That's why Jello is the most popular gelatin dessert in the entire world today. So be sure you get the real thing. Always insist on genuine Jello. And now we bring you the man who came to New York for a rest and has to go back to Hollywood to get it, Jack Playboy Benny.
Well, hello again. I got this horn left over from last night, folks, and I want to tell you, Don, you're right about me being a playboy. I'm a regular demon since I've been in New York. Shows and parties and one nightclub after another. Woo!
Oh, Jack, stop carrying on so. You know, you're not as bad as you're painting yourself.
I'm not, eh? Don, I've been carousing around like a madman. Boy, am I sophisticated.
I can't understand that, Jack. You don't drink anything.
I don't, eh? Last night I had a gin fuzz.
That's fizz.
Fizz, fuzz, who cares as long as I have a headache?
Well, tell me, Jack, are you glad that you're going back to Hollywood tomorrow?
Oh, yes, Don. After all, how long can I keep up this mad pace?
Imagine you setting a mad pace. Have you attended any teas?
What's that?
Have you attended any teas?
Afternoon or strip? Anyway, that was good, wasn't it? All right, Jack. All right, I thought that was good. Anyway, I'm really just all in. Oh, hello, Abe. Hello, Squirt. Squirt? If you've been hanging around with me lately, you'd find out what kind of a guy I am.
Oh, you're not so wild.
Oh, that's what you think. Only yesterday I was thrown out of Shraff.
You were?
Yes, sir, and I would have reported that bouncer if I knew her name. And I'm not kidding.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Toot, toot. It's written in here, toot, toot. I forgot. What?
Where'd you get that horn?
I wish I knew. Say, Kenny, do you notice anything different about me tonight? Huh? Oh, really?
No, why?
Well, Can't you see those dark rings under my eyes? Huh?
Gee, I thought it was mascara.
Well, it
Hey, Jack, give me that horn, will you?
isn't. Oh, no, this horn and a chicken sandwich cost me $14. Say, Kenny, we missed you last Sunday when you had to go back to Hollywood. How did your picture turn out?
Oh, swell, Jack. You know, Phil Harris is in it, too. And, oh, boy, the girls at the studio are hanging around him.
Oh, taking my place, huh?
Nah, these are young girls.
Oh. Say, Kenny, who has the love interest in your picture?
I have. And there's one place where I sing a love song to the leading lady right under her balcony.
Yeah?
And when I finish, she smiles and throws the rolls at me, and then she comes running down the steps.
Yeah, and then what happened?
That's when Phil Harris takes her over.
Well, that's not very fair. Don't you feel badly?
No, I got a rose out of it.
Well, when I get back to Hollywood, he'll have some real competition. I've learned plenty here on the gay white way.
Hello, you little desperado.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Say, Don.
Yes, Mary.
Take that horn away before he plays the bee on it.
Well, I'll tell you, Mary, I've just worn to a frazzle from this constant hurly-burly and excitement. I gotta go someplace where I can be alone for a couple of hours.
Why don't you find out where your last picture's playing?
Yeah, well, don't be so funny. You know, I've got to go out on a party again tonight. Parties and nightclubs. I tell you, I'm getting to be the best-known rounder on Broadway.
Go on. You couldn't get a ringside table at the Automat.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
No kidding, Mary. I really think that Jack has turned out to be a pretty wild sort of a guy.
Oh, yeah? He went to Minsky's the other night and fainted during the opening chorus.
Well, it was hot in there.
Was it? Wow!
Kenny, now let's drop all this talk. I'm on the ragged edge now. And, hey, play something soothing, will you, so I can sort of pull myself together?
Okay. Say, Jack, when you go out tonight, you want to try something that'll pick you right up?
Sure, eh? What is it?
A striker's cocktail.
Well, I bet this is a piece of a gag coming. I can see that. A striker's cocktail, what's that?
One drink and you sit down.
Oh, no, not me. I can hold my own.
Why, you even stagger from an alcohol rub.
Is that so?
Better be careful, Jack. You keep this up and you'll look as bad as Fred Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Lyman. You're talking about my pal. You say one word against Allen, I'll have him knock your block off. And I'm the guy that can tell him. Freddie and I may have had our little spat, but underneath it all, there's a spark of loyal friendship that can never be extinguished. Play, Lyman. Keep Me Warm, played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And incidentally, folks, Mr. Lyman is making his farewell appearance on this program tonight because we are going to Hollywood next week, among other reasons.
Meaning what?
Meaning nothing, and put your coat back on.
What's the matter, Jack? You afraid?
Afraid? Wait till he gets that letter I'm going to send him from California.
Hear that, Abe? Jack's going to write you a nasty letter.
The laugh's on him. I can't read.
You said it, especially music. How was that, Mary? I can sing faster than Lyman.
Who can't?
Oh.
I can't.
Well, I don't want to start any brawls up here tonight because it so happens we have a very distinguished guest with us.
Oh, Jack.
It's not you, Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, a very dear friend of mine is visiting in New York and has accepted my invitation to attend this broadcast. We grew up together, went to the same school, and he is now the chief executive of my hometown. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and a pleasure to present His Honor, Mayor Mansell Talcott of Waukegan, Illinois.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I really didn't want to impose on you, Mayor, but knowing you were in town, I couldn't resist taking advantage of it.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you. Well, Bitey, that's his nickname, folks. You don't mind, do you, Bitey?
No. We all had nicknames in those days. Remember yours?
Mine? Oh, yeah, let's see now. What was it the kids used to call me? Tuffy. That's right, Tuffy Benny. Did you hear that, Mary? I was quite a scrapper in those days.
Time marches on.
Yeah, never mind. Well, Bitey, tell me something about home. How's Julius Finnegan, Stub Wilbur, Ollie Eimerman, and the rest of the gang? Eh?
They're doing fine, Jack, and they're all proud of you.
Oh, well, say, you remember Vivian Thompson and Hazel Clark? And say, Bitey, how's my Aunt Josephine?
Oh, fine. She's still on the fire department.
Yes. Good old Aunt Joe. I can still see her sliding down that brass pole, you know. Bitey, I'll bet the town has changed a lot since I've been there.
Sure has, Jack. You remember the blue suit that used to hang in the window in your father's store?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's a gray one there now.
Probably the same suit. I told Dad to buy an awning, yes. Well, Bitey, now that you're here, I do want to congratulate you on the success of your political career.
Thanks, Jack.
You know, I bet when we were kids and went to school together, you never dreamed that you'd become mayor. You got about the lowest marks in the class, didn't you?
No, next to the lowest.
Oh, I thought we were tied.
Not quite. Say, Jack, on your way back to Hollywood, you're going to stop off at Waukegan for a day, aren't you?
I certainly am. Yes, sir.
That's fine, because we're planning a celebration for you. Jack Benny Day in Waukegan.
Well, thanks, Bitey. I appreciate that. I do.
Now, we're not going to make a formal affair or present you with a loving cup or the key to the city.
Well, I'm glad you're omitting that ceremony.
However, I called a meeting of the local merchants, and as a token of our esteem, we decided to call off all of your old debts.
Well, thanks, but I imagine they're outlawed by now anyway. Now, Bitey, before you leave, I'd like to have you meet the members of our cast. I know they're eager to meet you. First, Mary Livingston. Mary, this is His Honor Mayor Talcott of Waukegan.
How do you do, Mayor Talcott?
Hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, is that a real mustache?
Yes, it is. Quiet.
Gee, there's not much of it, is there?
Mary. Now, Bitey, I'd like to have you meet our orchestra leader. Not that it'll improve your social standing. Anyway, this is Abe Lyman.
How do you do, Mr. Lyman?
Glad to know you, Your Majesty. Hey, that's Your Honor.
Go on, Your Honor, as a judge, I ought to know.
There, you see what I'm up against? And this is Kenny Baker, our tenor.
Well, hello, Kenny. How's that wonderful voice?
If you'd listen in every week, you'd know.
Kenny! Now, come here, Don, and don't embarrass me by asking the mayor if he likes Jell-O. Bitey, this is Don Wilson.
I'm very glad to meet you, Don.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor?
That's better. At least Don got the title right.
Yeah, but we got the laugh.
Yeah, go away. Well, Bitey, it's about time for Lyman to play a number, so how about you and I sitting down and having a little chat? Or you and me, rather. Which is correct, Abe? You and I or you and me?
You and him. Don't drag me into this.
Play, Lyman. Come on, Bitey.
Right with you, Jack.
Lyman and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction tonight, in honor of my boyhood friend, Mayor Mansell Talcott, and also to revive memories of our youth, we will go back through the years and reenact a day in our lives when I was just a kid helping my father in his department store in Waukegan. Bidey, would you like to help us out and be a kid again for a few minutes?
I sure would, Jack. It'll be fun.
You will have some stuff there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this little sketch about my dad's store, I will play the part of my own father. And I've engaged little Junior O'Day to play the part of Jack Benny the child, as I am too modest to repeat the many clever things I said when I was a kid. Gee, I was bright. Well, let's get started. Mary, would you like to be a customer in my father's store?
Not at his prices.
I'll give you a discount. Kenny, while we're fixing up the store and moving in the merchandise, you can sing your song. Huh?
All right, Jack, but don't be too noisy.
We won't. Sing, Kenny. Come on, fellas, give me a hand on this, will you? I'll get started.
Every step you take, you'd mean so much to me. Every beat of my heart would be for you. And then I would place you upon a throne and live for you.
From Kenny's picture, The King and the Chorus Girl. And Kenny, I want to tell you that week's vacation did you a lot of good. I mean, your voice sounds sweeter and more melodious than ever.
Yeah, don't it?
Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you back about 25 years to the thriving little town of Waukegan. The scene is the Benny's department store, more widely known as the Emporium, on South Genesee Street. Now, remember, folks, I play the part of my father. Let's go. Curtain. Music. Hello? Waukegan Emporium. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Penchel. Yeah, a birthday present for your husband? Well, we just got in something new, a nightshirt with pants. They call them pyjamas. No, you don't need suspenders. Yes, I'll send them over as soon as the horse gets up. Goodbye. Jackie.
Yes, Pop?
Go to the back room and practice your violin. I'm not spending 50 cents a lesson for nothing.
I don't wanna.
You're going to learn to play the violin if it takes a week. Now go in there and practice the B. It'll come in handy 25 years from now.
Then what's the rush?
What's the rush? That little Freddie Allen is talking already. Now get in there and practice.
Oh, all right.
And don't practice too loud. I got to make a living. Certainly an unbusy day.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, little Mary Thompson, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I'm just window shopping.
Window shopping? Why don't you do it outside?
Why don't you wash your windows?
Now, was dangerous. Last time I done it, the glass warped. Say, how's that suit I sold your father?
The coat and pants are fine, but the vest drags on the ground.
Well, just tell him to tuck the vest in his trousers.
He did, but his foot got caught in the pocket.
And you can't blame the suit if he's clumsy. Close that door, Jackie. You know, Mary, someday that kid of mine will be a great violinist.
Well, right now he's lousy.
Avy, get away from that door. Stop hanging on my sign. People will think this is a pet shop. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. What can I do for you?
I have a complaint to make, Mr. Benny.
You have?
Yes, I washed that tablecloth you sold me, and now it's a scar.
Oh, that's too bad.
Wash it again, and you got a handkerchief.
Mary. There's your little boy, Donald. How old is he now?
19 months.
Well, what a cute little rascal. My, what a healthy-looking youngster. How much does he weigh?
210 pounds.
210 pounds. Well.
And look, he's got 6 delicious chins.
Turned as he ate. Well, does he talk yet, Mrs. Wilson?
Does he? Darling, say something for Mr. Benny.
Glub, glub.
Oh.
Now, come on, Donald. You can do better than that.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, aubrey, lemon,
Come on, baby.
lime.
Now isn't that just too de-foo? Huh? Isn't that cute?
I wish his rattle was heavier so I could sock him.
Well, just wheel him under the chandelier. It looks shaky.
Well, I guess I better take him home.
Yes, goodbye, Mrs. Wilson.
Bye.
Jackie, not so loud. Good morning, boys.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Say, where's Jackie?
He's in the back room practicing.
Can he come out and play ball with us?
No, he can't, Mansell. All you think of is playing ball. How do you ever expect to become mayor of this town?
Don't worry, I'll make it.
Well, you can have my vote now if you'll buy a suit.
That's fine. I'll be able to put the city hall in my vest.
Don't be so fussy.
Oh, please, Mr. Benny. Won't you let Jackie come out and play ball with us?
I said no.
Oh, gee, we need his violin for a bat.
Well, he can't play baseball with you. He might hurt his hand, jeopardize his musical career.
He's got 2 strikes on him already.
Oh, yeah? He'll make good. What was that? Who threw that stone through the window?
I did. This is my last week anyway.
That's Abe Lyman again. Well, run along, all of you kids, and stay out of here. More trouble with those children. You think I was running a playground. Oh, how do you do, sir? Anything for you?
Yes. What's the price of that suit you have on display outside?
Where?
Right out there in that dummy.
Oh, Jackie?
Yes, Pop?
Go out and tell Uncle Julius to move around once in a while. Anything else, sir?
Yes. How much is Uncle Julius?
Get out of here.
23 skidoo.
This is... Well, that was good in those days. It's a fine score. It's been 3 weeks since I heard the cash register ring.
In the good old summertime, I'm selling a Central line. Hello, Sandra.
Well, Mr. Schlepperman, the traveling salesman. Say, did you hear that applause? You think it was your hometown?
It will be if I don't get my expense check.
Well, Schlep, what line are you handling this year?
Mr. Benny, have I got a slinky line of suit? Nifty with a capital Nif.
Well, I don't know. Everybody's complaining about that last lot of suits you sold me.
What's the complaint, honey child?
Well, the coat and pants are all right, but the vests are too long.
What vest? Those are overcoats.
Overcoats, and where are the vests?
In the side pocket. Why don't you look around?
Well, can't use any suits, but summer's coming on. What have you got in men's bathing suits?
Now you're talking. I got here some bathing suits that will make you head swim, I'm telling you.
Men's bathing suits, eh?
Yeah, here they are. The latest creations in Paris.
Oh, imported. Well, they look pretty good. Hey, these are only the tops. Where are the trunks?
They missed the boat.
Well, maybe I can sell them during high tide. Gotta wait for that one. Pretty good.
Mr. Benny, I'll put you down for a couple of dozen. Anything else I can show you out there?
No, Slap, I guess that's about all. Oh.
What's that?
That's my little boy, Jackie, practicing. He's going to be a great violinist someday. Don't you think so?
You should live so long. Goodbye.
Well, sorry I gave him an order. Jackie, it's time to close up and get home to dinner.
Okay, Pop.
Blow out the lights, son, and let's go. In the good old summertime, in the good old...
Hey, that song is pretty popular, isn't it, Daddy?
Number 1 on the hit parade.
It is?
Yep, it passed Pony Boy last week. Well, come along, son. Let's close up and go home. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
Oh, Daddy, look. There's still a customer in the store.
Well, lock him in. We'll get him tomorrow. In the good old summertime.
Officially, this is the first day of spring, and wherever you are, here's a spring to your menus. It's called Tropical Dessert, made with tangy, sunshiny lemon jello, and it's easy to make, too. You just dissolve 1 package of lemon jello in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, and then fold in 4 figs and 8 dates chopped fine, and 1 banana thinly sliced. Mold and serve either plain or with whipped cream. It's gay to look at and downright delicious to taste. Why not plan to serve this tempting springtime dessert soon? But be sure you make it with genuine Jell-O, for Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor from fresh, ripe fruit. So ask your grocer for Jell-O by name and look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
The last number of the 25th program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Well, Abe, I want to thank you for your swell cooperation, tell you how much everybody's enjoyed your work on this program. And I'm going to tell everybody on the coast that you're not as tough as we made you out to be.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm pretty...
Quiet. Well, Slap, it's been nice seeing you again, and I hope you come out to California.
Well, you never can tell, Jackie boy. I got a trailer.
Well, when you get a car, pull it out. And, Bitey, I want to thank you, too, and congratulate you, not only your political success in Waukegan, but on your dramatic triumph.
Thanks, Jack. And by the way, don't forget to forward all of my fan mail to Waukegan.
What street address?
They know me there.
Oh. Well, folks, looks as though we'll have to leave you now.
Say, Jack.
What, Mary?
Is Mayor Tallcup married?
Why, certainly.
Oh, then I'll go out with Lyman tonight.
Yeah, good night, folks.
My love to keep me warm was from On the Avenue. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
J-E-L-L-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with All's Fair in Love and War from the Gold Diggers of 1937. When you go to the theater or the movies, you always expect the entertainment to reach a thrilling climax, and the same thing is true of a dinner. So if you want your dinner to wind up on a really exciting note, by all means serve Jell-O for dessert. A gay, colorful mold of it in any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Jell-O is truly delicious and full of the refreshing flavor of fresh, ripe fruit. Jell-O always brings a touch of color and joy to the end of any meal. So order genuine Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow, and you'll be sure of that extra-rich fruit flavor, which makes Jell-O the most popular gelatin dessert in the world. But accept no substitute. Get the real thing, genuine Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that Hollywood fashion plate whose pockets bulge from his tailor's bills, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your Beau Brummel speaking. Now listen, Don, this new spring suit of mine is paid for. And you'll have to admit that I do look pretty nifty, don't I?
At the risk of losing my job, no.
Now, wait a minute. It's a pretty swell suit. I've been looking in the mirror all afternoon, and we ought to know. Say, Don, that's a snappy spring outfit you're wearing. Tailor-made, isn't it?
Yes. Do you like it?
Oh, yeah. It looks like it was made for the Ritz brothers.
Well, one thing, Jack, it's individual. There's not another one in the whole country like it.
Well, naturally, there's no cloth left. Say, Don, come here a minute, will you?
All right.
Get a load of that. Huh? Oh, come here. Okay.
All right, Jack, I'm right here, yeah.
Get a load of that sport coat Phil Harris is wearing. You know?
It is loud, isn't it?
Loud? It's the first time I ever saw a sunset with a belt in the back. Say, Phil.
Yes, Jack.
Look, Phil, I don't like to be bossy, but I wish you'd dress more conservatively, especially for this program. After all, you're not a toreador.
What about that coat you've got on?
Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, it looks like your tailor took a crazy quilt and put buttons on it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I like this coat, and I bought it.
Well, if you ever get tired of it, you can grind it up into chili.
Oh, still trying to get your watch back, eh? Well, it won't work, old fellow. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, look at you, all dressed up. Wow.
Yeah, how do I look?
You look like you were thrown out of the Easter parade.
Is that so?
That's an old suit, isn't it?
It is not, and anyway, it's how you wear it. You don't see any holes in this suit, do you?
A moth with any pride wouldn't go near it.
Atta girl, Mary.
Atta girl, Mary. Now, listen, fellas, you can kid all you want to, but if you want to know the truth, I'm considered the best-dressed man in Hollywood.
Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, who was that?
Adolph Monju.
Oh. What's he laughing about? I bought this suit from his gardener. You know what kills me? When a fellow tries to... Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
I'm Mary Livingston.
I know, just sign here.
A little fresh there, buddy.
There you are.
Thanks, miss. Huh, get a load of that suit.
Wise guy. Who's the letter from, Mary?
From my mother. I'll read it.
Oh, your mother again. Why doesn't she get her own program?
She says...
Well, just forget about it. We haven't got time.
Hey, Jack, here comes Kenny all dressed up. Boy, I'll bet he knows it's spring, too.
I'll give you 2 to 1 he don't.
Well, look at him, all dolled up in sport clothes. Hello, Kenny.
Ain't I something?
Yes, but I can't put my finger on it. Where'd you get that outfit, Kenny?
Oh, from a little tailor around my neighborhood. Pretty coat, isn't it?
Oh, it looks more like a vest to me.
Gosh, did those sleeves fall off again?
Turn around there. Let me look at you, Kenny. Nice material. But look, isn't that coat awfully long?
Well, the pants aren't finished yet.
Oh.
Don't let him kid you, Kenny. You look all right. Those are new shoes you got on, too, aren't they?
Yeah, but they hurt like the dickens.
Well, they'll stretch.
Say, do you think they'd feel better if I took the shoe trees out?
Yeah, why don't you do that, Kenny? It will.
Say, Jack,
What?
you ought to hear this letter from my mother. Gee, she's cute.
Well, as long as she's cute, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Newark, New Jersey, April 8th.
Newark? I thought your folks lived in Plainfield.
There was a cyclone.
Oh.
Dear daughter Mary, I was happy to get your letter and glad to know that you are well. I was so excited when I talked to you on the phone last Sunday that I forgot to turn off the gas range. How do you get oatmeal off a ceiling?
Tell her to stand on her head when she mops the floor.
We had a lovely Easter, except for one thing. Your brother Hillard mixed the egg dyes in your father's derby. And when your father put his hat on, was his face red? Also blue, green, and yellow.
Nice family you've got there.
But everything turned out all right as he went to a masquerade that night dressed as a rainbow.
Well, that was quick thinking. Yowza.
We had a lot of fun on April Fool's Day, too. Everybody was here for dinner, and we sewed your Uncle Herman's knife and fork to the tablecloth.
Well, must have been funny.
It would have been some joke if Uncle Herman didn't eat with his hands.
That's fine. Doesn't he ever use his knife and fork?
Only to comb his hair.
Oh.
The dinner was strictly formal. Everybody kept their shoes on.
I hate those ritzy affairs.
Right in the middle of the meal, a funny thing happened. The cat jumped on the table and knocked over Papa's bottle of gin. Papa got so mad he gave the cat a milky fin.
Milky fin? Isn't that awful?
Did I tell you that your grandpa came to visit us last week, and he acts the same as ever?
Oh.
Last night we caught him starching his beard so he could use it for a shoehorn.
All right, find out if he sleeps with a shoehorn over the quilt or under the quilt.
No other news except that your cousin Rita and her husband aren't getting along. They're always fighting.
That's too bad.
This morning they borrowed our axe to make twin beds. No more news or ink. So we'll close with love to you, Jack, John, Kenny, Phil, Strawberry, Raspberry, Cherry, Orange, Lemon, and Lime. And the millions of people who eat it every day. Yours truly, Mrs. Livingston.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Oh, here's some more, Jack. P.S. There was another cyclone, and we're back home.
Well, there's only one thing that can top that. Sing, Kenny.
Low golden moon, blue tropic skies, night winds that sound like lovers' sighs. Two hearts in tune, two shining eyes, lighting my way to paradise. Moonlight and shadows and you in my arms, and a melody in the bamboo tree, my sweet. Even in shadows I feel no alarm, while you hold me tight in the jungle night, my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never
was Moonlight and Shadows from The Jungle Princess, sung by Kenny Baker in his own inimitable way. And very good, Kenny.
Oh, you always say I sing good.
Well, you do, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't have to rub it in.
Isn't Kenny fast on the repartee tonight, Mary? Huh?
He's got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Yeah.
I see, Mary, you're keen.
Keep that up, Kenny, and someday you'll be starching your beard. You know? I ruined that gag myself there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we haven't done a play in some time, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present our original hair-raising melodrama, that panorama of surging emotions, that symphony of the great outdoors, entitled... See who that is, Mary.
Why, it's Gracie Allen.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, Jack, Benny, of all people, what are you doing here?
Stuff up the microphones, fellas. Well, Gracie, this is a surprise.
Well, not to me. Georgie Porgy sent me over here to give you an important message. He knows he can trust me on account of I'm unreliable.
Well, why didn't he come himself?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, he had to stay there so you'd know where the message came from.
Oh.
You see, if he came over here, he wouldn't have had to send me with the message.
Oh.
But the message is to you, and you're here. So,
yeah.
it would be very silly for me to go somewhere else with a message for you. Or would it?
Well, I think that...
Oh, hello, Mary. Did you have a good time in New York? Ooh, gee, what a cute hat. Do you like it? Oh, it's beautiful and so original. Just like mine. I must have made it yourself. They are alike, only mine's got something under it. Well, mine is just plain. I like simple things. Have you seen George?
No, Gracie. What's the message he sent to me?
The message?
Yeah.
The
Jack,
message.
do you think that about him...
Oh, well, here's Georgie Porgy now. Give me a kiss.
Hey, wait a minute.
Gracie, that's Don Wilson.
Oh, it is not. Don Wilson is a box of Jell-O.
Don Wilson is our announcer, and anyway, he's twice as big as George.
Well, who cares? I'm not going to lift him. Oh, and Jack, who's this cute little boy?
That's Kenny Baker, our tenor. Say hello, Kenny.
Hello.
Gee, you're cute. I'll bet you're smart, too.
Am I? I got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Oh, snails with rheumatism. Oh, that must be delicious.
See what you started, Mary? How can a snail get rheumatism?
Sleeping in a shell with the window open. I don't get it.
That we know. Now, look, Gracie, we have a program to do. Have you thought of the message yet?
What message?
The message that George sent.
Oh, you can give it to me later.
Now, look, you told me that...
I give up.
Look, Gracie, it doesn't have anything to do with your starting a new program on the air tomorrow night, does it?
No, this is something important.
Well, isn't that important? You and George are going on the air for Grape Nuts.
We get money.
Quiet, Mary. They'll want it, too. Say, Phil, find out if this is still the Jell-O program, will you?
It certainly is, with those 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and tomato juice.
Now, look, Gracie, if you'll just sit down now and be quiet, we'll go on with the play I was about to announce.
Don't mind me. Oh, Harris's laugh. Oh, Philby. Philby.
Phil, come down off the piano.
Oh, no, not me.
Come on, Philby. Let's go over in the tuba where we can be alone.
Yeah, do that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present an old favorite.
Why?
Because one that I know... That's fine. One that I know you'll all be waiting to hear. Another thrilling episode of that rip-snorting drama of the West, Buck Benny Rides Again.
Oh, boy!
Gracie.
Don't mind me. I won't be any trouble.
No, I know that. Now, in our play this evening, Mary Livingston will again be Daisy Carson, my sweetheart. Don and Kenny will be my deputy sheriff, and if Phil Harris will come down off the piano, he can be Pappy.
Well, what'll I be, Jack?
You can be quiet.
Is it much of a part?
I hope so. Now, immediately after the next number, folks, we will take you to the little cow town of Rump State, Texas. Where we find... Come in.
Hello, Jack. Is Gracie here?
Yes, George, Gracie is here, and I wish you'd keep her in your own yard.
Well, I sent her over here to give you some tickets for our broadcast tomorrow night. Where is she?
Well, here I am, Georgie Porgy. Put me down, Phil.
Look, Gracie, what did you do with those tickets I gave you to give Jack?
Well, I put them in your pocket.
Well, then it's lucky I came.
Oh, so that's the message you had for me, Gracie.
Well, yeah. Why didn't you think of it before?
I don't know. I must be slipping.
Well, it's time you woke up.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
I don't know. Hello, George.
Well, I see things are just as crazy on this program.
Well, thanks, George. Thanks for those tickets. Nice dovetailing. And look, we're going to start... we're going to start our play right after the next number. Would you mind keeping an eye on Gracie? You know, keep her under control.
Oh, you're nuts, too, huh?
Well, do the best you can. Play, Phil.
Say, Georgie, hasn't Phil Harris got the waviest hair?
Yes,
Played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present our latest episode of Buck Benny Rides Again, or Ready, Willing, and Lame. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County.
Gracie, put that drum back in the orchestra.
Oh, is the drummer too?
Yes. Starting out. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County, where we find Buck Benny busy opening his morning mail. Curtain. Music. Doggone these wooden envelopes. Hey, deputies.
Yes, Sheriff.
Come here and help me open this letter.
Why, Buck, you're prying off the top of your desk.
Darn if I ain't. I'm getting into more trouble since I lost my glasses. This morning I put the bridle on the wrong end of my horse.
Say, Sheriff,
Yeah?
you got your pants on backwards, too.
Thanks. I've been looking for my hip pockets all morning. Say, Wilson, any news on Cactus Face?
Nope, ain't seen hide nor hair of him.
Well, it's been going on long enough. We got to get that critter. Dead or alive.
Oh, isn't he wonderful, George?
Quiet, Gracie.
You know, boys, Cactus Face has stolen every cow in these here parts. Fine state of affairs. Not a cow left in the county.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'll be a cow for you. Moo!
Quiet,
moo,
quiet,
moo.
quiet.
Come on, moon.
Come on. Gracie, we're in the sheriff's office. We're in jail.
Oh, yeah? Then where's my daddy?
Now, Gracie, please.
Well, my daddy's in jail more than your daddy, isn't he?
Hey, Gracie, go ahead, Jay.
Now, listen, deputies. Getting Cactus Face alive may be dangerous, so be on your guard and stick close together. Meanwhile, I'm going out and investigate.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Thanks, men. Wish I had my glasses, though. I'm blind as a bat. Well, boys, if you need me, I'll be over at Daisy Carson's. So long. Doggone it, I thought there was a door there.
There is now.
Well, a little ventilation won't hurt none. So long, boys. Go on.
Oh, wait, I'm going with you.
Oh, no, you're not. Lock her up, men.
Okay.
Steady there, partners. Daisy Carson's house and step on it. Here! Here! Buck Benny, rise again! Whoa, partner, whoa! Two men on a horse. I wonder if this is still Daisy's house. Haven't been in here in over 6 weeks.
Come in. Come in. Gracie, that's my line. And why did I say it? That's fine. You steal my part, and then you want a reason. Well, that's because I haven't got a reason. You're telling me. Let's split it, Gracie. I'll say come, and you say in. All right?
I wish somebody would say it. It's raining out here.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and nearsighted.
Well, gal, ain't seen you for some time. You sure look pretty. Lost a little weight, ain't you?
That's the whole tree. I'm over here.
Well, Daisy, it's spring. And you know that old saying, in the spring, a young man's fancy like returns to the thoughts of love. So I'm going to ask you once more to marry me. Will you, gal?
What did I say last time, Buck?
You said no.
Well, add positively.
Yeah, when you say that, you're a tearing at my heartstrings. I know I ain't much. And I ain't good at fancy words. Like them now city fellas. Underneath this old red shirt beats a heart of gold.
Oh, what acting. Isn't he wonderful, Mary? No. Ain't that the truth?
Thought we locked her up in a cell.
Oh, George, he's thinking of my brother. Oh. My brother's name is Sal. Of course, we only call him Sal for short. His whole name is Imbecile.
Oh, Imbecile, yeah. Is that the one who's living?
No, he's the one who sings tenor.
Oh, the tall one, yeah. The one who looks like a steamed clam.
Yeah, the pretty one.
Yeah, the one with the face.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, wait a minute. Save that for tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah? Whose program is this? Is it your program or my program?
It's my program.
Well, then don't act like it's your program.
Gracie, please, go ahead, Jack.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, deputies, or well, Daisy. What's your pappy doing these days? I hear he's cut down on his drinking.
Yep, he's only using one arm now.
Oh. How'd that brandy he was making turn out?
Something went wrong with it and it hardened in the bottles.
Too bad. A total loss, eh?
Nope, Pappy just breaks the glass and eats it watermelon style.
Mighty practical idea. Say, Daisy.
Daisy? Oh, what's your name, Mary or Daisy?
Gracie.
Oh, that's silly. Gracie's my name.
I was saying...
I like Mary better than Daisy, don't you, Gracie? Well, some daisies I like, Mary, and some daisies I don't.
Oh, George! Gracie!
Choosing Watson, Renard.
Quiet, quiet! Daisy, where's your pappy?
He was papering the room here this morning, and that's the last I saw of him.
Gosh, that is new wallpaper, isn't it? But wait a minute, what's that big lump on the north wall?
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Buck.
Hello, Frank.
Mind moving, little Buck? I gotta put some paper right there where you're standing.
Pappy, you're not going to paper the floor, are you?
Shucks, honey, I thought it was the ceiling.
That's still how... George, that's still Harris. Isn't he cute?
No.
I am too.
Them darn Easterners are ruining our play.
What was you saying, Buck?
I wasn't saying you did a mighty good job papering. Looks fine.
Doggone it, Daisy, I got bad news for you. I gotta tear down all this paper I put up.
But, Pappy, it looks swell.
Can't help it, honey. I lost my job.
I'll help you find it, Frank.
Okay, look for a lump with a kick in her, Buck.
I always look for a lump after a kick.
There's the phone, Daisy.
Rip off the paper and answer it.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Funny, can't hear a thing.
Thanks, Buck. You found my job.
Here's the phone. Hello. Just a moment. For you, Buck.
Thanks. Hello? Hello, Deputy. What's that? You did? I'll be right with you. So long.
What's up, Buck?
My boy just located a hideout of Cactus Face Elmer. They're waiting for me down by the creek, and I'm heading that way. So long, gal.
So long, Buck.
Come on, partner. Yeah.
Giddy up, partner. Giddy up.
Gracie.
Giddy up, partner.
Giddy up, partner. Gracie.
Come on, partner. Look, Gracie rides again. Yippee!
My own fault for starting this. Play, Phil.
Everybody would like to think of new and exciting dinners 7 days a week, and no mistake. Of course, there's a limit to the number of kinds of meat or fish you can serve, but when you're thinking of dessert, there's no end to the number of ways in which you can serve Jell-O. And here's a new Jell-O dessert that's bound to make a big hit: orange and date cup. Just dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and then chill. Arrange 2/3 of a cup of cut-up oranges and 2/3 of a cup of chopped dates in sherbet glasses. When the Jell-O is slightly thickened, pour it over the fruit and chill until firm. It's refreshing and zestful, while the whole family will certainly enjoy it. So try orange and date cup soon to add that springtime touch to your menus. Order Jell-O tomorrow from your dealer, but be sure you get the real thing, genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
The last number of the 28th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to thank George Burns and Gracie Allen for dropping in on us this evening. Also, to wish them lots of luck on their new series of broadcasts from Grape Nuts over the same network starting tomorrow night. See your local paper for announcement of time. And I hope to see all of my Los Angeles friends at the annual radio editor show at the Shrine Auditorium next Saturday night.
Oh, Jack.
What? What's funny about that?
We laughed when Gracie did it.
Good night, folks. Good night.
J-E-L-L-O. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Our next popular broadcast began in August of 1949 on NBC Radio and ran until November of 1953. Set in the Midwest, it starred Robert Young as General Insurance Agent Jim Anderson and portrayed an idealized vision of middle-class American life of the era. It was created by writer Ed James. While the show is often regarded as an example of conservative nature of the American family life in the 1950s, it's also cited as to be slightly rosy portrayal as well. We proudly present to you Father Knows Best on HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Slap a bunch of poets together, and at least one thing is bound to emerge: a new definition of love. In one of his flossier moments, Shakespeare wrote, "Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs," which is very nice if you go in for that sort of thing. The Messrs. Thurber and White, on the other hand, viewed the emotion with a more practical eye. Love, they said, is the strange bewilderment which overtakes one person on account of another person. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons probably have ideas of their own on this ethereal subject. Like this.
I think I'll have a little more rice. Would you mind passing it, Betty?
Yes, Father.
Jim.
Honey, let's not start that business about rice being fattening. It isn't.
Well, you were the one who said that your waist...
Margaret, rice is not fattening. It's the stuff you put on it. Like butter. You put butter on anything, it's fattening. But have you ever seen me put butter on my rice?
No, dear.
You're darn right you haven't. Kathy, please pass the gravy.
Here you are, Daddy.
Now that you mention it, what's wrong with my waistline? I haven't gained a pound in 20 years.
What was that?
Well, maybe 2 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy, look at Bud.
Why? I've been looking at him for 15 years.
He isn't eating his dinner.
Well, maybe he's got problems. Bud? Bud?
Yes, dear.
Dear? Bud, what's the matter with you?
But, Jim, maybe he doesn't feel well.
He's in love.
Kathy, mind your own affairs and eat your dinner.
Well, he is.
Bud, do you feel all right? Bud!
I'll answer it.
Sit down.
Don't you want me to answer the phone?
It didn't ring. Will you please sit down?
Something rang. I can still hear it. Kind of like bells.
Jim, I think he is ill.
He's in love. Love. Huh.
Bud, if you don't feel well, go to your room. If you do feel well, eat your dinner.
Maybe it's the doorbell.
I didn't hear anything.
Bud.
I just heard it again.
Jim, something is wrong. I don't like the look in his eyes.
You know, for the first time in her life, Kathy may be right. Look at that idiotic grin.
On me?
On your brother. He looks like a cross between Boris Karloff and a contented cow. All right, Bud, let's stop all this ridiculous moaning and groaning. What's wrong?
Dad.
Yes?
Have you ever been in love?
Why, Bud.
I mean, really in love. With a girl.
Well, your mother wasn't exactly a rhinoceros.
You ought to see her eyes, Dad. They're blue. The bluest eyes you ever saw. Both of them.
Only has 2, huh?
And hair. The most beautiful hair. Like the sun shining on the home plate.
Bud, is this a girl or a doubleheader between the Yanks and Cleveland?
It's a girl. The most wonderful girl in the whole world.
Fine. Now eat your dinner.
Food? How can you think of food at a time like this? I don't think I'll ever eat again. Not ever.
I remember when I first met your mother. I went through the same thing. People thought I was going to starve to death.
And did you?
No, I managed to pull through.
Daddy.
Yes, Kathy?
How long didn't you eat?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I know I missed practically one entire lunch.
Jim.
Dad.
What is it, lock and bar?
Who?
What do you want?
When you and Mom fell in love, what'd you do?
Don't you think you're getting a little nosy?
No, I mean, how did you know you were in love? How often did you see one another?
Oh, a few times a week, something like that.
Jim, you were there every night and you know it.
Margaret, you're being absolutely no help at all. Bud isn't serious about this girl, are you, Bud?
Boy, am I.
I mean, he isn't thinking about marriage or anything ridiculous like that, are you?
What is ridiculous about marriage?
Margaret, he's 15 years old.
Oh, I don't mean for Bud.
Well, we weren't talking about Errol Flynn.
Naturally, Bud isn't going to do anything foolish. Not yet, at any rate.
Of course not. When he gets a little older, that'll be time enough for him to do something foolish.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Bud is a sensible boy, aren't you, dear?
Sure.
And he knows that he's much too young. He has a lot of time for girls, haven't you, dear?
Boy, have I.
Bud, let's look at this thing in a more practical manner. You know, going out with girls can be kind of expensive. Flowers, candy, movies.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, Dad. You see, I only get $1.25 a week.
Yes?
How can you take a girl out on $1.25 a week?
You can't.
Well, that's why I was thinking...
But if you're really sincere about this girl, if you think your life and happiness depend on her, well, do what I did. Go sit on her front porch.
Gosh, what kind of fun can you have on a front porch?
Oh, don't be stupid.
Jim.
Bud, when I was courting your mother, all we did was sit on her front porch. Didn't we, honey?
Yes, dear.
Night after night, week after week. We just sat there and held hands.
And looked at the moon. A large, lovely, friendly moon.
Never got so sick and tired of looking at anything in my whole life.
Why, Jim.
Well, let's face it, the same darn thing every night. Just sit there and look at the moon.
There were a great many other boys who were perfectly willing to take your place.
But I wouldn't let them, would I?
You certainly wouldn't. You were the stubbornest thing I've ever known.
Sure, but I was cute. And I knew a good thing when I saw it.
Dad.
Now what?
When you were sure that Mom was the right one for you, I mean, when you knew that you couldn't live without her, then what'd you do?
Well, what did we do, Margaret?
Well, you made me get all dressed up in my best bib and tucker, and you took me home to visit your family.
That's right. I can still feel my knees knocking. Was I ever scared?
Not half as scared as I was.
It turned out all right, though, didn't it, honey?
Mm-hmm.
They fell in love with you just like I did. Bud, where are you going?
I'll be right back, Dad. I have to make a phone call.
You come back here and eat your dinner.
Leave the boy alone, Jim. It's his first big love. He's got to get used to it.
Love.
Betty, you haven't said a pleasant word all evening. What's gotten into you?
She isn't eating her dinner either.
Why don't you do your homework?
I did it.
Do it over again.
Can't I just keep still?
All right, but see that you do. Betty, do you feel all right?
I feel fine.
She had a fight with Billy Smith.
I thought you were going to keep still.
Well, if I did, nobody'd ever get to know anything around here.
We'd find out, somehow.
Betty, have you and Billy Smith had another argument?
I never want to see him again as long as I live.
I thought you were getting along fine.
We were until he met that Eloise March, that little snip.
Who's Eloise March?
Just the worst little flirt in town, that's all. And if he wants her, he can have her.
Betty, I wouldn't get all upset about it if I were you.
I'm not upset. I'm not the least bit upset. I just wouldn't give you 3 cents for all the men in the world, that's all.
I
would. This Eloise March must be quite a character.
She's a vampire, that's what she is.
Is she pretty?
Oh, how do I know? I've never even seen her. I'm through with men. I'm going to have a career instead. I'm going to devote devote my whole life to being a chemist or something.
I still love you, Betty.
Oh, dear.
Taking it pretty hard, isn't she?
Well, she and Billy have been friends for so long.
What do you think we ought to do?
Mommy,
What is it, dear?
aren't you glad I don't do anything except break windows?
Yes, dear, you're a great help.
Well, it's all set, Dad. I called her and she's coming over.
Who's coming over?
My girl.
Bud, why in the name of all that's holy?
Well, you said to bring her over, didn't you?
I said no such thing.
But that's what you did. You said so.
Bud, this is not the time to bring a girl around. We're having enough trouble with girls. Your sister and Eloise March and...
How did you know?
How did I know what?
About Eloise March.
What about Eloise March?
That's my girl.
Oh, no.
Now that's wonderful coffee. Welcome words you can hear across your breakfast table from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there, that number one expert, because he's your husband. Naturally, we think we're pretty fair experts. Our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But the person with the final say, the one we both want to please, is that husband of yours. And if you'll make his breakfast coffee Maxwell House, we're mighty sure he'll tell you, that's wonderful coffee. Matter of fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know there's no coffee made like Maxwell House. And that's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. It's the only coffee with that famous good to the last drop flavor. Get Maxwell House tomorrow and start serving it to your husband. And if he doesn't say it's the best coffee he ever tasted, why, send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is on the front of every one of those familiar blue tins. Tomorrow, find out how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
These are parlous times in which we live, and days of great decision. Throughout the world, men of substance watch the headlines with an anxious eye, keeping one ear to the ground and the other glued to the radio, which is a neat trick if you can do it. Jim Anderson may not quite succeed, but in the living room of the white frame house on Maple Street, he's giving it quite a try, like this.
Margaret, why don't people leave things where they belong? Margaret!
What is it, Jim?
What happened to my large map of Korea?
I don't know, dear. Where did you put it?
It was right here on the table.
Well, if it was on the table, that's where it ought to be. No one's been in the living room. Jim, what on earth are you doing?
What's the matter?
All those maps on the floor, and Bud's friend is going to be here any moment.
Margaret, I'm waiting for a very important broadcast. It's coming from all over the world, even Moscow. And I don't want to miss a word. This is the only radio in the house that's any good, and you know it.
Oh, right, but I still don't see why you need 8 million maps scattered all over the floor.
There are 5 maps. And where's the one of Korea I had on the table?
Which table?
This table.
What is this?
That's the map.
Of course, you couldn't dream of lifting up a big, heavy magazine.
Well, the magazine had no business being there in the first place.
Dear, if I go into the kitchen, do you think you can find your way back to the radio?
If I get lost, I'll send up smoke signals. 1 if by land and 2 if by sea.
I'll make a note of it, dear.
Thinks it's so funny. How did I know it was under the magazine? People go around hiding your maps under magazines. Think all a man has to do is go around looking under magazines. Bud!
He's upstairs, Jim.
The doorbell rang.
Bud, the doorbell rang.
I'm combing my hair.
He's combing his hair, Jim.
What do you want me to do about it?
You might answer the door.
Well, if you're going to be logical, wait until a man has something really important to do. Maps all over the floor. All right, keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Dizzy little character. Probably hasn't got a brain in her head anyway. Hello there.
Is this the Anderson residence?
It certainly is. Come on in.
I'm Eloise March, and don't tell me you're Mr. Anderson.
How did you ever figure that out?
Oh, I'd have known you anywhere, Mr. Anderson. Really, I would. Lover Boy's told me so much about you.
Lover Boy has, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That was nice of him. Lover Boy. Bud, your friend is here. The thundering herd will be down in a minute. He's fixing his makeup.
I don't mind.
Well, let's go into the living room and sit down.
All right. My, you have a lovely home. It's so gauche.
I was hoping you'd notice that. We've tried to make it one of the gauchest homes.
And you certainly have.
Yeah. Margaret, Bud's friend is here. Please.
Just a minute, dear.
Mrs. Anderson will be right in. Then you can all go into the den and have a nice little chat.
My, all those great big maps. What are they?
Oh, just maps of the world. I use them for reference on the important news broadcasts.
You do? Why, how clever.
I just listen to the broadcasts. I don't deliver them.
How clever to use maps. And of the whole world. It's just like I told Bud. Men are so
Gauche?
aren't they ever?
Margaret.
Fuzzy boy.
Hi, Eloise. Gee, you look nice.
Oh, Bud, I don't either. Why, I threw on just any old thing.
You sure threw him in the right place, didn't you?
Yes, he's quite a picture.
Why, Mr. Anderson.
And speaking of pictures, why don't you show Miss Marsh the pictures in the den or someplace?
But you said when you took Mom over to your
But
house...
let's not have any arguments about it. There's going to be a very important broadcast.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss March, but I was busy in the kitchen.
Mom, this is Eloise.
I'd have known you anywhere, Mrs. Anderson. Bud has told me so much about you.
Oh, I'm sure he must have.
Father, was that the phone?
No, it wasn't the phone. It was the doorbell.
I'll be right down.
It wasn't for you. Margaret, why don't you take Bud and Eloise into the den and give them some milk and cookies or something?
Milk and cookies?
Holy cow, Dad.
Mr. Anderson, you're so droll.
Margaret.
Why don't we show Eloise the pictures we took this summer, Bud? I'm sure she'd like that.
But I thought when Dad took you over to his house...
Hi, what's all the excitement about?
Betty, why don't you go back upstairs?
What for? We'll explain all about it later. Go ahead, dear.
Why can't I stay down here?
I know. You must be Kathy.
That's Betty.
Oh, of course, Betty. I'd have known you anywhere. Bud's told me so much about you. I'm Eloise March.
No!
Margaret, why don't you all go into the den?
The nerve of her coming into this house after what she did to me.
What, who did to you?
Bud, why don't you take Eloise
She
into
came here to sneer at me. That's what she did.
Eloise?
I don't know what she's talking about. I swear I don't.
Oh, yes, you do. You know just what I'm talking about.
If you'd all just go into the den.
Now, see here, Betty. You have no right to talk to Eloise that way.
I'll talk to her any way I choose.
You will not.
I certainly will.
Betty, if you'll just go upstairs like a good girl.
Why don't you all go into the den?
Look at her. Powder and paint an inch thick and Billy Billy Smith thinks she's so wonderful.
Billy Smith?
But, honey, you know I don't care about anybody but you.
You told the same thing to Billy Smith.
I never did.
Bud.
And Janie Liggett's sister said you told the same thing to Russell Spencer.
Eloise, you didn't.
She certainly did.
Betty.
And he was going steady with Marion Swift all the time, and you knew it.
I did not know it.
Bud.
Jim, it won't do any good.
It has to. They're going to start the broadcast any minute. Look, if you'll all just go into the den...
Eloise, how could you?
How could I what?
Say what you said when you said you never said what you said before.
Well, I never did say it before.
You certainly did.
Buzzy, how can you stand there and let her talk like that?
You told me you never went out with older men.
I don't.
Billy Smith's 18, and you went out with him.
Well, only 3 or 4 times, and that doesn't mean anything, does it?
You've only been out with me twice.
Bud, you're standing on my map.
Just because I go out with a boy 3 or 4 times, what does that prove? Daddy!
You went out with Billy Smith, and you told me you didn't go out with Billy Smith.
Not since Tuesday.
Bud, you're walking all over Alaska.
Daddy!
Just because he's older than I am and gets a bigger allowance.
He does?
Sure he does. So does everybody else. Why don't you go out with them?
Don't worry, she will.
Daddy! Telephone!
Why don't you all go into the telephone?
That's where I'm going. Good! And Bud Anderson, you're just the nastiest boy I've ever known in my whole life.
Bud, why don't you take Miss March to the door?
She just said I was nasty.
He doesn't have to take me to the door. Now or ever.
And that goes for me, too.
If you'll just go into the den.
I'm sorry I ever came into this house, that's what. And I'm sorry I said it was gauche. Because it isn't.
Well.
Holy cow.
Daddy! Telephone! I heard you.
All right, Betty, answer the phone.
Brazen little snip. I guess I told her.
Gee whiz. And I spend my whole allowance on a box of candy. For her.
If no one has an objection, now may I listen to the broadcast?
A whole $1.25 gone.
Bud, why don't you go into the kitchen and fix yourself a sandwich?
A sandwich? How can you eat with a broken heart?
Easier than with an upper plate. Now stop acting like an idiot and behave yourself.
Women. They're just a curse of humanity.
Yes, dear, we're awful.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Mom.
Margaret, will you take that boy out and drown him? I've got to have quiet in here for the broadcast.
All right, Bud, let's go inside now.
Mother, it was Billy. It was Billy Smith. He explained all about Eloise March.
Betty, please.
He's a psychology major, and he was just using her for research.
Oh, no.
That's fine, dear.
And he's coming over right away with Russell Spencer and Marion Swift.
No.
What?
I've had enough of this circus tonight. This is my house, too. I live here just as much as anybody, and I'm going to listen to this broadcast.
But, Father, I told them.
I don't care what you told them. I'm going to hear the broadcast, and that's final.
Betty, there's no reason why you and your friends can't go down to the playroom.
But we'll have to sneak around on our tiptoes.
Quiet, please.
At 9 o'clock, due to this unforeseen difficulty, the news broadcast originally scheduled for this period will not be heard. In its place, we bring you that heartwarming tale of young love, the romance of Susan Blake.
Oh, no.
Well, at a time like that, I guess there just isn't much for Father to say. But I know one place where he's always got some mighty important words. When it comes to coffee, he can tell you exactly where to get the most in flavor for your money. Sure, Father knows best. He's the world's greatest coffee expert, just like that man of yours. And we think it'll really pay you to get your husband's expert opinion on our Maxwell House coffee. Because when he tries a cup and says, best coffee I ever tasted, you'll know Maxwell House gives you the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most in pure pleasure. Get a pound of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how your husband takes to that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. And count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced your coffee buy is Maxwell House coffee, because it's always good to the last drop.
It's midnight in Springfield, and all is quiet in the white frame house on Maple Street. That is, all should be nice and quiet. But you know how it is with the Andersons. Noon or midnight, there's never a dull moment like this.
Jim. Jim.
What's the matter?
Jim, wake up.
Oh, what for?
Listen, I just heard something downstairs.
Oh, go to sleep, Margaret. It's probably nothing but a burglar.
Jim, are you going downstairs, or do you want me to call Bud?
No, never mind. I'll go.
Be very careful, dear. Please.
Sure, I'll be careful.
If it is a burglar, just call the police.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much. Wake a man out of a sound sleep and then expect him to go roaming around in the dark. Oh, Jim. One of these nights I'm going to fall down the stairs and break my neck. Serve him right, too. Call the police. What did she think I was going to do, wrestle with them? All right. Oh.
Hiya, Dad. What's up?
I am. What are you doing down here?
I was hungry. Want a sandwich?
Oh, thank you. What happened to your broken heart?
Oh, I don't know. I was an awful boob, wasn't I?
No, not exactly. But you're getting there. Now, hurry up and get back to bed. Your mother's worried enough for one night.
Okay. Oh, say, Dad.
Yes?
Did you put $1 on my dresser?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Dad.
Now what?
Thanks for everything.
Go to bed.
You bet. Good night, Dad.
Good night. Lover boy.
It's a wonderful feeling to start the day singing, Life is swell when you keep well. That's why Post 40% Bran Flakes have become America's largest selling bran flakes. Every 1 ounce serving of Post 40% Bran Flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so delicious tasting and so good for you, too. Tomorrow, serve America's favorite bran flakes. Post 40% Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Boggy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. As far
back as I can remember, I've been hearing about people who were poor as Job's turkey. Well, the chances are that poor old Job never had a turkey, but he did have trouble. And that's where the average father comes in. So let's go to Springfield to a white frame house on Maple Street and an average father named Anderson. Because when it comes to trouble, Jim Anderson takes a back seat to no one. Like this.
Margaret, I'm home.
We're in the kitchen, dear.
I'll be right in. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
Daddy!
Hiya, kitten. Well, how are all the little Andersons tonight?
Hi, Father. Hello, Dad.
Hello, dear.
Strawberry.
I don't care if he didn't do it on purpose. He had no right to break his leg.
What?
I turned down a dozen dates just to go out with him, and now look at me.
Norman McHugh had a skiing accident and broke his leg.
Who's Norman McHugh?
He's Claudia McHugh's brother.
Thank you very much. Who's Claudia McHugh?
She's a girl.
Oh, well, that explains everything.
You're welcome.
Betty, it isn't the worst thing that's ever happened.
It certainly is. My whole life is ruined.
Because Norman McHugh broke his leg?
He was supposed to take her to a New Year's Eve dance.
Oh.
It's the biggest dance of the whole year, and...
Every dance you ever go to is the biggest dance of the whole year. Don't you ever go to any small dances?
Every girl in Springfield will be there except me. I won't be there.
Why don't you go with somebody else?
And I'm a girl. Don't you think I'd like to? But everybody else has a date.
Well, go with Bud.
Father!
Jim, we've just been all through this. Betty doesn't want to go with Bud.
And I don't want to go with her.
I'll go with anybody.
Jim.
Now look, Margaret, between rushing around for Christmas...
Why couldn't he have broken his leg next week?
Betty, I was speaking to your mother.
I would have to pick the one boy in Springfield.
Betty!
I don't know what's gotten into this family. When I was a boy and my father was speaking to my mother, I showed him some respect.
Mom.
I didn't go on talking as though nothing had happened. I wouldn't have had the nerve.
Mom.
But this family, all I have to do is open my mouth and it's a signal for the start of a general conversation.
Mom.
Bud, please be quiet.
But I want to tell you.
Bud.
What if I...
You'll wait until I'm finished. Is that understood?
Yes, Dad.
All right. What was I saying?
We have to shut up.
Well, see that you do. Have I made myself clear? Betty?
Yes, Father.
Good. Now, what is it, Bud?
Something on the stove is burning.
What?
Well, I was trying to tell you.
My cream turkey is ruined.
I thought something smelled funny.
Oh, what are we going to do, Jim? That was the last bit of turkey in the house.
Well, frankly, Margaret, I'm just as happy.
Why, Jim?
We haven't eaten anything but turkey since Christmas, and I've had just about all I can stand.
Jim Anderson.
Cream turkey, cold turkey.
Turkey hash.
Turkey croquettes.
I was under the impression that this family liked turkey.
We do, but there's a limit to everything.
Last night I gobbled.
That will be quite enough, Kathleen.
Gee whiz.
Honey, I don't want you to think that it's your fault.
I never said it was. And I certainly wasn't going to throw out perfectly good turkey.
Well, let's not argue about it. It's gone, and... Well, what are you waiting for, Bud?
What?
The doorbell rang.
That was the back door.
Well?
It is my job to answer the back door.
Go ahead, Kathy. Gee whiz. Why don't we take turns? I'm getting tired of the back door.
I told you in the very beginning a 12-pound turkey would have been quite enough.
Margaret.
But no, we had to have a 20-pound turkey. You were hungry.
Margaret, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon forget the whole thing.
Hiya, Jim.
Oh, hello, Heck. Come on in.
Hello, Margaret.
Hello,
Betty.
Hector.
Bud.
How's Elizabeth, Heck?
Oh, pretty good. Jim, so help me, you're the luckiest guy I've known in my life.
What'd I do now?
You could fall into a well and come up with a diamond necklace or a string of pearls.
Hector.
Margaret, you don't know what this guy did. 10 cents, that's all he gave me, just one little dime.
Heck, what on earth are you talking about?
The chance you took.
Oh, no.
Buys one measly little chance,
Heck, please.
and then he wins the turkey.
Jim.
Margaret, I had no idea I was going to win. I just happened to have a dime, and it was Heck's Club, and he said...
Well, what's the matter? Aren't you glad?
Oh, sure. But you see, we were just going through a little thing here.
Hector, how large is the turkey?
35 pounds. Hey, you want to bring him in, Ed?
Okay, Heck. Is that Ed Davis?
Yeah, I was having a little trouble getting it out of the car, and Ed just happened to come by, so...
Isn't it wonderful?
Hiya, Jim. Easy, boy.
Jim, it's alive.
Jumping, Jehoshaphat.
Mother.
Boy, is that a big one.
Hang on to him, Ed.
Easy, boy. Easy, boy. Take it easy, you rattle-brained nincompoop.
Mr. Davis, you're hurting him.
I'm hurting him. After he dragged me halfway up the driveway?
Gosh, look at those feathers.
Margaret.
Isn't he beautiful? Mother, he's looking at me.
Margaret.
The club got him from a farm up near Plainville, and the man said
Margaret, will you please say something?
I will later.
Heck, look, if it's all the same to you...
I gotta be running along. Take the rope, will you, Bud?
I don't know if my
Come on,
father...
Bud. I'm going to be late for dinner as it is.
Dad?
Go ahead, Bud. Take it.
Easy, fella. Nice boy.
His name is Irene.
Nice, I mean...
Since when do they give names to turkeys?
Well, the farmer said his kids made a pet out of this one. That's why we got it cheap. They wouldn't let him kill it.
I'll help you, Bud. Nice, Irene. Pretty boy. Nice boy. Attaboy.
Sensitive little thing, isn't it? Well, I'd better get out or I'll be here all night. Congratulations, Jim. See you later, Mark.
Bye, Ed. Wait a second, Ed. So long, folks. Save me a piece of the white meat.
Margaret.
Well.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was win a turkey. It wasn't my fault.
Jim, when I think of the fuss you were making about turkey...
I wasn't making a fuss.
Turkey hash, turkey croquettes, turkey a la king...
Oh, Margaret, please.
Daddy, look. He shakes hands. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim, that is the biggest turkey I have ever seen. It'll take us weeks.
Nobody said we had to keep it. We'll sell it or give it away. Or we can... Say...
Why don't we keep it till next Thanksgiving?
I know what we can do. It'll take care of Betty and everybody else. We'll have a party.
Father! Jim, we're just getting over Christmas.
A New Year's Eve party. That's what we'll have. And it won't cost us a cent.
Oh, Father, you're wonderful.
Boy, that is an idea.
Why don't we keep it till next Thanksgiving?
We can invite everybody we know, repay all our social obligations, and there won't be a bit of turkey left over.
Jim, it isn't a question of how much turkey we'll have left over.
Honey, it won't be a bit of trouble, I promise you. We'll all pitch in and help, won't we, kids?
I think it's a wonderful idea, Father.
Is it all right if I invite Joe?
How about it, Margaret?
Why don't we just keep it till next Thanksgiving?
Margaret?
Well, if everybody thinks we should.
Oh, Mother, you're an angel.
Get a few pickles and things? All right, Bud, put him away somewhere.
What?
The turkey. You're not going to stand there and hold him all night, are you?
I don't know.
What do we do with him, Jim?
Well, in the morning, I'll take him down to the butcher.
I'll wear my new blue dress and my silver shoes.
In the meantime, put Irene out in the garage.
Me?
Anybody. I don't care.
Come on, boy.
Daddy, you can't. He'll freeze.
Well, he certainly can't park in here all night.
Well, he can sleep in my room. He cannot. It's as much my room as it is yours. Mother.
Of course he can't sleep up there, Kathy.
Why?
Because he'd be uncomfortable sleeping with girls.
Oh.
Take him out in the garage, Bud.
Okay.
Oh, Bud, wait. He will freeze, Jim, and we can't be cruel.
Well, he certainly can't stay in the house, can he?
Well, how about the playroom?
All right. Go ahead, Bud. Take him downstairs.
Come on, Irene.
Daddy, I have a wonderful idea.
Yes?
Why don't we keep them till next New Year's?
Now, there's a girl who can come up with some wonderful ideas. Of course, where ideas are concerned, give Father a little credit, too. Yes, sir, the man of the house knows most about lots of things. For one thing, ladies, when it comes to knowing about coffee, truly good coffee you enjoy cup after cup, the world's greatest expert is that man of yours. Yes, the number one expert is your husband. Of course, to the coffee trade, we're experts, too. They know more people enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you brew the coffee and fill the cups, the expert you aim to please, he's your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, we're sure he'll say,
"Now that's real coffee. Best I ever tasted."
In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you back your money. We're that sure. We know there's no coffee tastes like Maxwell House, because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. You see, there's only one recipe anywhere for that famous good-to-the-last-drop flavor. A recipe demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. Knowing this, won't you get Maxwell House coffee tomorrow? Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Tomorrow and through the new year, serve coffee that'll please the world's greatest coffee expert. Serve your husband Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Shortly before the turn of the century, a poet named Leland wrote a series of verses titled Frost Pictures. In stanza 4, he said, and we quote, "A New Year's gift to the world," said the frost, "rich lace curtains that nothing cost." Some 50 years later, a non-poetic father named Anderson said, and we quote, "It's an outrage, that's what it is, an outrage."
But, Jim, you told Mr. Campbell...
$7.30 for nuts? I told him I wanted a few little nuts. That's what I told him.
You told him you wanted 5 or 6 pounds of assorted nuts, and when he said...
Margaret, just a moment, please. May I ask one question? Whose side are you on?
It isn't a question.
It certainly is a question. You were standing right next to me, and I said to him, "We're having a party for a few friends, and I'd like a few nuts." That's all I said. Wasn't it?
You said 5 or 6 pounds.
Well, why did you let me say 5 or 6 pounds? This whole thing started out just a little get-together.
Father, may I have $9?
No. If I hadn't won that knot-headed turkey in the first place...
But the man's waiting.
Well, let him wait. I said we'd invite a few friends. We wind up with half of Springfield.
Father, the man says it's $9 and he can't leave the package if he doesn't get it.
I don't care if he... What package?
Oh, dear, that must be the noisemakers.
The what?
Jim, you can't have a New Year's Eve party.
$9 for noisemakers?
No. But we had to have paper plates and napkins, and I thought a few decorations would look nice.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Here's my wallet. Just stand in front of the house and throw money at anybody who walks by.
Okay, Father. I'll let you know when I run short.
Yes, you do that.
Jim.
Honey, this is getting ridiculous. I've done nothing but pay bills ever since Hector walked in here with that free turkey.
But, Jim, you can't have 40 people.
I didn't say I wanted 40 people. All I said was...
You said we were going to pay our social obligations.
All right, but since when are we obligated to 40 people? I don't even know 40 people.
Now, look, Jim, let's be fair about it. I haven't asked one single person...
Since when do we owe anything to the Clarks? I haven't even seen Tom Clark in almost 2 years.
Well?
And the Donaldsons. I don't even like the Donaldsons.
I know, Jim.
Then why did you ask them?
Because Kay Donaldson is the only one in the neighborhood with a large enough pan. That's why.
What?
I suppose you think it's easy to find a pan that'll hold a 35-pound turkey. I certainly wasn't going to buy one just for this once.
I know, honey, but I thought if we just bought a few pickles...
Jim Anderson, you can't have a party with just turkey and pickles.
Well, sure, but...
I just bought the things that any decent housewife would buy, and not one thing more.
Margaret,
Here's the list. And if you can find one thing we didn't need, but one thing...
Margaret...
You can't make an aspic salad without Jell-O, and you certainly have to have lettuce.
I know, but...
And what else did I buy? Just olives and celery, radishes, onions, tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, coffee, milk, butter, bread, cheese, cranberries, apples, pears, cherries, grapes, ice cream and mince pie and pumpkin pie and a few little cakes, and mince and potato chips and a ham. And how can you possibly have a party without things like that? I think you're being very unreasonable about the whole thing. I really do.
But... Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Honey, look, it isn't worth arguing about, is it?
Of course not.
Well, then let's forget about the whole thing, okay?
All right.
Good.
But if you say one more word...
I won't, so help me. Not another word.
Mom.
Did you get it, Bud?
Boy, is it heavy.
No matter what comes up, I'll just grin and... Ye gods, what's that?
Where do you want me to put it, Mom?
On the table, dear. That'll be fine.
I think she's got it stuffed with lead.
What is it, a wash boiler?
It's Mrs. Donaldson's roaster.
Margaret.
Yes, Jim.
Where's the stove that goes with it?
What?
The stove. You certainly don't expect to get that thing in our oven, do you?
Well, Oh, dear.
This is fine. Now we'll have 5 pounds of mixed nuts and a new stove.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well, it certainly won't fit in the one we've got.
How would it be if we banged in the sides a little?
The roaster or the stove?
We'll have to send it down to the tavern, that's all.
The stove or the roaster?
The turkey. We can have it cooked for 20 cents a pound.
A few pickles, that's all I
said. Jim, when will the turkey be ready?
Oh, well, Johnny said if I'd bring it over to his house...
You mean you haven't?
Well, he said it would only take an hour to kill and clean it, and Kathy was having such a good time with it.
But it's after 10 o'clock.
Well, I didn't figure there was any hurry, so...
Do you know how long it takes to cook a 35-pound turkey?
A couple of hours, I guess.
A couple? It takes 15 minutes a pound, and 35 pounds, that's almost 9 hours.
Takes that long, huh?
Jim Anderson,
Well, we'd better get started. Bud, why don't you take Irene...
Me? Why do I have to do it?
Now, just a minute, Bud. You're going to eat the turkey, aren't you?
Well, sure, but why do I have to be the one to have him killed?
Margaret, have you ever heard anything so ridiculous in your whole life?
Well, Bud has become very attached to Irene.
Oh.
Why doesn't Betty take him down? She doesn't even like him.
That isn't so.
Well, you run away from him every time he comes over.
That has nothing to do with it. I think he's very cute.
Bud, he's only a turkey.
Then why don't you take him down?
Just a minute, Bud. Let's not forget, I'm still your father.
I'm sorry, Dad, but holy cow.
Jim, I don't know how much more of this I can stand. You've been arguing the same thing for 3 days.
Honey, look, you'd know exactly what to tell Johnny. I mean, about how you want him cleaned and everything.
There isn't anything to tell him. You just clean it, that's all.
Okay, I've got another idea. Kathy!
You want me, Daddy?
Bring Irene up here like a good girl.
Okay.
Now, here's what we'll do. We'll put Irene in the car, and we'll all drive over to Johnny's together.
Jim.
It'll do us good to get out in the fresh air. And
Jim Anderson, you're afraid.
Afraid? Why, Irene and I get along fine.
That isn't what I mean. You're afraid to have him killed.
Margaret, how can you say a thing like that? It's just that, well, I've got a million things to do around here. I've got to,
Yes?
Well, I expect to be very busy all morning. And I certainly think that with 3 children in the house... Now, look, Bud.
I'm sorry, Dad, but I don't want to have anything to do with it.
And don't look at me.
That's fine. That's just fine. I asked you to do one little thing for me.
Daddy, isn't this cute?
Oh, no.
My good coat.
Kathy, why do you insist on teasing that poor bird?
Oh, but he likes it. Don't you, Irene?
What's he supposed to be? Santa Claus?
Kathy, take my coat off him right now. Gee whiz, you can't even have any fun.
And take the ribbon off his head.
Yes, Mommy. Excuse me, Irene.
Jim? Go ahead.
What?
Jim, it's got to be done, and now.
Well, okay. Let me have the rope, Kathy.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take Irene for a little ride, that's all.
No.
Bud, take the roaster and the dressing.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Mother.
Now, we've got to be sensible about this, you know.
I'll be back in a little while. Now, come on, Irene.
Mommy.
Oh, my poor baby.
Boy, is this a party. Yahoo!
Having fun, Tom?
Jim, I've got to hand it to you. When you throw a party, it's a party.
Well, if you're going to do a thing, you might as well do it right. That's what I always say.
Yes, sir.
Oh, excuse me, Tom. Heck, can I speak to you for a minute?
Yahoo! Oh, how you doing, Jim? Ed and I were just saying...
We feel sort of like the fairy godfathers of this whole clam bake.
You do, huh?
Why, sure. We brought the turkey over, didn't we?
What a turkey.
Yeah.
And what a party. I've had 3 helpings of everything.
You've had 4.
Well, who keeps score?
Jim does. Very funny, both of you. And I hope you know what this party's costing me, you and your turkey.
What are you kicking about?
Only cost you a dime, didn't it?
That's what you think.
Daddy.
By the time I got through with...
Daddy, want to hear something cute?
I'm very busy, Kathleen.
Oh, but it'll only take a second. Go ahead, honey. That means Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Irene.
He was cute, wasn't he, Mommy?
Yes, dear.
Cute. I wish I'd never laid eyes on him. May I have my coffee, please?
Of course, dear.
It's a good thing the butcher had an extra turkey, wasn't it, Dad?
Oh, yes. Haven't you heard? I'm a very lucky fella.
Oh, Jim, you know you're just as happy as we are that Irene wasn't killed.
Sure. I'm the happiest guy in Springfield. I'm very happy.
Mr. Thompson says he'll have his own cage and everything.
May I please have the cream and sugar?
And I don't think 50 cents is very much.
It's cheap considering how much Irene eats.
And the man said we can visit him every Sunday if we want to.
Would someone please pass the cream and sugar?
You know, Dad...
Bud, please, not now. Here you are, dear.
Thank you. 50 cents a week. That's $26 a year. Just because I took one measly 10-cent chance.
Gee, isn't it nice to have a lucky father?
During this holiday season, we'd like to wish you a very happy new year. For our part, during the year ahead, we're going to see to it that you enjoy wonderfully good coffee every pound of Maxwell House you open. We know that these days you're on the lookout for the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And next year, just as every year, for more than half a century, that's what you can expect in every pound of our Maxwell House coffee. A generous extra measure of flavor in every familiar blue tin. And with this promise from Maxwell House, let me extend again our sincerest wishes for a very happy new year.
Friends, this is Robert Young. Tonight, for a moment, I'd like to talk to you about a timely and all-important subject, safe driving. First, I want to report that during 1950, our Father Knows Best Highway Safety Campaign has resulted in more than 3 million highway safety contracts between parents and their children. We're pretty proud of our part in that accomplishment. We're proud, too, of the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, who have a carefully planned highway safety campaign of their own. Theirs is a campaign to help make the highways safer by improving the safety records of their own drivers. It is a plan that will work for anybody. It will work for you. And to tell you about it, I'm happy to introduce Mr. Clarence Francis, Chairman of the Board of General Foods Corporation. Mr. Francis.
Good evening, everyone. Our salesmen, the men who call on your grocer in behalf of our products, operate more than 1,500 automobiles. Day in and day out, these men travel practically every highway in the country and visit every town and city. They are your neighbors, and as part of the job of being good neighbors, we have encouraged them to be good drivers, safe drivers, who respect your rights on the highway. Years ago, we became alarmed at the nation's highway accident rate, and at our own. We knew then that most accidents are preventable. 2 years ago, we asked our men to pledge themselves to become safer drivers, and we arranged to remind them of this every time they get into their cars. We do this by placing each salesman's safety record on the dashboard of his car, an emblem which recognizes the achievements of safe drivers. Tonight, I am happy to tell you that our men have responded to this challenge. They have again improved their safety record. Over a 2-year period, they have reduced our accident rate by 1/3. Tonight, once again, I am challenging each of our drivers, both in the United States and in Canada, to drive his General Foods car safely through the whole year of 1951. And as we go into 1951, we all face a challenge to everything we hold important. This is a year of crisis and of great national effort, and it calls for sacrifice and self-discipline by all of us. Here is something we each can do to strengthen our country at this time of need. We can help preserve our most precious national resource, our human resource, by resolving to reduce the toll of highway accidents. So I hope you and our audience tonight will join us in our pledge to drive safely through 1951.
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
"You children eat your cereal right this instant."
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheatmeal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday night, for all of us and for the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, may we wish you again a very happy New Year.
Jack Webb and Dragnet. Good listening next on NBC.
Our next broadcast premiered in 1935. The program struggled in the ratings until 1940 when it became a national sensation. Within 3 years, it was the top-rated program in America. Few radio shows were more beloved, and few play as well half a century later. It was the brainchild of real-life married couple Jim and Marion Jordan and was broadcast to the nation from WMAQ Chicago. The show entertained America until March of 1956 and continued on NBC's Monitor until 1959. We invite you to join us at 79 Wistful Vista with Fibber McGee and Molly right here on HOJO Radio.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with It's High Time. you left your kitchen a little while ago, did you happen to notice your linoleum floors? Were they something to be proud of or ashamed of? Are the colors still fresh and bright, or are they faded and gloomy? Is the floor sparkling and gleaming so you're happy to work there? Or is it the kind of floor that never seems to get cleaned? Well, if you're not already using Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, find out how easy it is to have beautiful kitchen floors with practically no work. Buy a can of glow coat tomorrow. Pour it onto your floors, spread it around, and let it dry. That's all there is to it. There's no rubbing or buffing with glow coat. In 20 minutes, it dries to a beautiful, hard, long-lasting polish that brings out the colors of your linoleum, saves you cleaning work, and makes the linoleum itself last much longer. You really couldn't ask for more than that from any polish, could you? Remember the name Johnson's Glow Coat, spelled GLO-COAT. Ladies and gentlemen, through the courtesy of Johnson's Wax, we bring you the more or less correct time. At Ida, Idaho, it's 7:32.5 Rocky Mountain time. At Chow, Maine, it is 9:32 3/4 Eastern time. At Umsky, Siberia, it's still yesterday. And at 79 Wistful Vista, it's time we dropped in on Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Hey, Molly, you know what time it is?
No, does it matter?
Well, it does to me. On account of you know what I'm going to do?
Dearie, if I could ever foresee what you're going to do, I'd be one of those happy mediums people are always striking. What you going to do?
I'm going to go to bed.
What, at 8:30 in the evening?
Yep.
Don't you feel well, McGee?
Feel wonderful. Now, I'll feel better after one good solid night's sleep. You know, early to bed and early to rise, and you don't need to call any red caps to carry them bags under your eyes.
But my goodness, McGee, for years now I've been trying to get you to go to bed earlier, and now, well, why, I'm dumbfoundered. What's got into you?
Well, I just got to thinking of us being on the Lux Theater program next week and all. We ought to cut out this staying up late.
Say, that's a good idea. We'll go to bed right now.
Okay.
It's only 8:30, and if we get up at 7, that's a good 10 hours sleep.
10 hours? Wow. Why, I'll leap out of bed in the morning ready to whip my weight in
field mice.
See, that it may or may not be or not. Now, whoever this is, watch me give him the brush off. I want to get to bed. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. What you want now? I can't take much time to dilly-dally. I want to get to bed early, I do.
Why?
Well, I just think it'll do me good, that's why. I've always been a late stayer-upper, so for once I'm going to be a early goer to bedder.
Well, personally, mister, I'm a take a nap in the afternooner.
Well, that's good, too. Builds up your resistance. You got to have a lot of resistance to go through a winter, you know.
Well, gee, Mr. McGee, when will summer be here? When will it? I want to use my new roller skates.
Well, you can't rush these things, sis. We can't have summer until the pixies get their reservoirs all filled up. You mean to stand there with your little nose between your eyes and tell me you ain't heard about the pixies?
I haven't, I betcha.
Well, I think you're old enough to know about these things, sis.
Now, be careful, McGee.
You see, when the snow melts, it soaks into the ground, and the pixies gather it all up into a big reservoir way down deep under the earth. Then when summer comes, the pixies fill their little squirt guns full of water out of the reservoir and squirt it onto the roots of the flowers and plants so they'll grow, you see. And we can't have summer till they gather enough water. Look at that little face light up, Molly. Well, sis, does that answer your question?
Sure it does, I betcha. But what about the equinox?
The equinox, what are they?
Well, the equinox is an astronomical term to denote those periods of the year which usher in the spring and fall season.
Yeah, but what I was
An equinox is when the sun's center crosses the equator and is either of 2 points where the celestial equator intersects the ecliptic.
Yeah, but what...
And if that's too tough for you, you can go back to the pixies.
You hear that, Molly? That kid has got a great IQ, hasn't she?
What's an IQ?
An infuriating quality. speaking of infuriating quality, that reminds us. Uncle Dennis in yet?
Oh, he's been in all evening, dearie.
Huh?
Why, you can hear him in the other room. Listen.
Is that Uncle Dennis?
Yes.
What's he doing?
Taking a cat nap. Now, come on and turn out the lights. You got the alarm clock?
Yeah, is this the correct time? 9:22?
Yes, it is. And we've lost a half an hour's sleep already, McGee. We better hurry. And don't forget now.
What is this, a conspiracy?
Looks like the Sandman is going to be left holding the bag tonight. Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
Will you help me?
Help? Don't tell me you've lost that diamond necklace again, Abigail.
Have you looked under all your chins, Uppy?
Please, Mr. McGee. It's my automobile.
Well, it couldn't be under your chin.
It broke down right in front of your house.
Oh, well, I'm sure McGee will be glad to run out and get it started for you, won't you, dearie?
Oh, Dad, Rat, I don't want to do it. We were going to go to bed.
Oh, never mind, Miss McGee. Perhaps I should get someone who thoroughly understands what they're doing.
Hey, wait a minute, Uppy. Who says I don't understand automobiles? Why, I was an expert mechanic when General Motors was a corporal.
Oh, but Miss McGee...
Why, half the developments in the modern motor are my inventions, Uppy.
Oh, indeed. Well, if you were the one who invented the automobile radio that goes dead while passing under a viaduct, congratulations, it's very restful.
That wasn't mine, but I spent 4 years as chief mechanic at the Biggs Body Works.
Yes, he did.
You should have seen the laboratory and workshop old man Biggs gave me just to tinker around in. Biggs Tinker McGee, I was known as. Biggs Tinker McGee, the brawny and brainy Bonaparte, a benzene buggy blacksmith, busy as a beaver, bright as a beacon at bolt and bumper brackets on bus bodies, boosted as the best boss in the business at boring bronze bearings and boat boilers, bringing back the bacon as the boss of the brake band, bumblebee of the brace and bit, and big bullfrog of the brass bicycle bell bongers, a breezy, brilliant bozo for budding boys to copy, but excuse me while I go to work on Uppington's jalopy.
McGee, it's 1:30. Aren't you ready for bed yet?
I'm still trying to get the grease off my hands that I got off Uppy's car.
Oh, dear.
It's a fine state of how do you do. Here I try to go to bed early, and what happens? I spend 3 hours out there fixing a car at 15 above zero.
Did you find the trouble?
Yes, finally. No gasoline. Hand me my bathrobe, will you, Molly?
Here you are, dear.
Thanks. You ready for bed?
Well, I will be as soon as I finish brushing my hair. 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. There.
What, you got any hair left on your head? The way you slap away at it with that brush every night.
Why, that makes it grow more.
Oh, yeah.
Why, certainly.
Yeah.
Your father used to use a hairbrush on you, didn't he?
Yeah.
And look how you developed.
Okay, never mind. Well, just as soon as I get...
McGee, what's that?
Oh.
Sounded like a prowler on the front porch. Go see who it is. Don't wait, I'll go with you.
Well, all right. Well, it's probably just a cat. I hope. Come on.
Say, if that's a cat, McGee, somebody's taught him how to use a flashlight and a bunch of keys.
Must be a hep cat. I'll be quiet, Molly, and I'll catch this guy red-handed. 1, 2, 3. Ah, caught you in the act, didn't I, Bud? Now, suppose you...
Why, McGee, it's Mr. Boomer.
Ah, good evening, my dear. And a nasty nocturnal nip up to you, nutpick.
What you doing on our front porch at this time of night, Boomer?
Just checking up to see that your front door was locked. Sleepy, slappy, and sloppy. Checking all the front doors in the neighborhood. Yes.
A likely story, Mr. Boomer. We already have a night watchman in this neighborhood.
Of course you have, my dear. But I'm helping him out tonight after he met with an accident.
Oh.
Accident? What accident?
Seems he bumped himself on a pair of brass knuckles. I would have run to his rescue, but I was several inches away at the time. Very regrettable. Yes, indeed.
Say, Mr. Boomer, you can find more ways of getting into people's house than a cold draft.
You wrong me, my dear. I'm a bona fide night watchman. Let me show you my star. Now, what did I do with that star?
Where is it?
Star. Here's a large dental mirror for looking gift horses in the mouth. Dress shirt, badly scorched when my laundress walked out on me. Yes. She decided to strike while the iron was hot. Here's a postcard from Sheila the shoplifter. Says she took a Greyhound bus to Chicago, but they made her bring it back. Here's a photograph of Badger Game Bessie in a bathing suit. You ought to see her dive in Toledo. Ah, what's this? Oh, yes. Payment for a ball player I sold to the Cincinnati Reds. See?
Huh?
A check for a short stop.
Oh.
Well, imagine that. No star. How did I happen to miss that? He must have had it pinned inside his vest, the double-crosser. Well, good night, my dear, and to you, Burptworth.
It's odd, ain't it, Molly, that a guy like Boomer who don't know a note of music is going to wind up someday as a conductor?
Musical?
No, electrical. Now, come on, let's get to bed. What time is it?
Well, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Wow.
And we started to go to bed at 8:30.
Well, maybe we couldn't have got to sleep that early anyway.
Oh, dear.
I can sure sleep now. I'm so sleepy.
Heavenly days now. What?
Rat. Can't we have a moment's peace in our own house of all the...
Oh, my. Guess I better answer that we'll never get a night's sleep. 79 Molly McGee, Wistful Vista speaking.
Well, hello, Molly. This is Harlow Wilcox. Sorry to disturb you, folks, but can you tell me how to spell indispensable?
McGee, Mr. Wilcox wants to know how to spell indispensable.
Give me that phone. See how dramatic I did that? I'm practicing up for Lux next week. Hello, Wilcox. What's the idea of waking us up in the middle of the night?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Fibber. I have to get a sales letter in the mail first thing tomorrow, and I can't spell indispensable because you borrowed my dictionary and never returned it. Look it up for me, will you, pal? Indispensable.
What?
Indispensable. You know, like Johnson's wax is indispensable to a well-kept floor and in the protection of furniture and woodwork.
Oh, indispensable. Well, that's spelled I-N-D-E-C-P-T... why don't you use the word necessary? Like saying to keep your home spotless and gleaming, Johnson's wax is necessary.
Say, great idea. Necessary it is. Now, let's see. That's with 2 C's and 1 S, isn't it?
No, I think it's with 1 C and 2 S's. Hey, Molly, how do you spell necessary?
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Wilcox. What did you want to know?
Is necessary with 1 S and 2 C's?
Is what necessary with 1 S and 2 C's?
Look, Molly, I'm trying to point out that in order to give lasting beauty and protection to floors and furniture, Johnson's wax is necessary.
Why don't you say indispensable?
That's the word I want. Thanks, beautiful. Indispensable, the very thing. Hey, how do you spell indispensable?
Wait a minute. Hey, McGee, how do you spell indispensable?
I don't know.
Well, look it up.
Well, what in?
Mr. Wilcox's dictionary.
Okay, but you'll have to wait till I get it.
Where is it?
It's right here in the hall closet. Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing In the Gloaming.
In the gloaming, oh my darling, when the lights are dim and low, and the quiet shadows falling, softly come and softly go. When the winds are sobbing faintly, will a gentle unknown know? Will you think of me and love me as you did once long ago? When the winds are faintly sobbing, with a gentle unknown woe, will you think of me and love me as you did so long ago?
Hurry up, McGee. It's after 4 o'clock and you haven't had a wink of sleep.
I had to throw all that stuff back in that hall closet, didn't I? I'll be ready as soon as I brush my teeth.
Oh, what was that?
I knocked a couple of bottles off the medicine shelf. I'm so sleepy I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, I'll clean it up in the morning, dearie. In the meantime, don't step in any broken glass.
I already did.
What? Oh, dear, let me see
No,
what
it's all right. It's all right. I stepped in some iodine, too. Boy, what a night. Tomorrow night I'm going to put a smallpox sign on the door and start going to bed at 5 o'clock. I'll move over, Molly. Here I come. And believe me, Oh, that rabbit. Who put that cedar chest there?
You did, 6 years ago.
I must be off the beam. Boy, it's cold in here. We got enough blankets on that bed?
Plenty, but get in now before you catch cold.
Okay. Hot dog at last. I'm so tired I could...
McGee.
Huh?
You forgot to turn the light off in the bathroom.
Hey, I'll flip you a coin to see who gets up and turns it out.
All right, you got a coin?
Well, I got one right here in my pants pocket. Oh, it's over there on the chair. Wait a minute. Okay, Molly, I got a 2-bit piece here. You call heads or tails.
Say, as long as you're up, why don't you turn off the light?
I never thought of that. Okay.
Oh, my.
Boy, does this bed feel good. Yeah, good night, Molly.
Good night, dearie.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
There's a fire someplace. You want to go to a fire?
No.
Me either. At my age, I ain't going to chase any more fires.
No, or anything else.
Huh?
Never mind. Good night.
Good night.
Enough room, dearie?
Mm-hmm. Good night.
Night.
It's Gildersleeve. That's dirty. I'll teach him to ruin a guy's sleep. Where's my slippers? Oh, here they are. That thoughtless, selfish, unthinkable so-and-so can't ruin my night. Oh! I wish that cedar chest had quit crawling around the floor and stay in one place.
Oh, McGee!
That ratted Gildersleeve, what's the idea of beating our door in at this hour of the night? You ought to be ashamed. A guy your age out hooting all night. Why, if you had an ounce of decency...
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. I just wanted to ask you for the keys to your car.
Oh, that's all, eh? Hey, Molly.
Yes?
You know what this big baboon has got the unirrigated gall to ask me? He wants the keys to our car. Gildersleeve, you got more brass than the Marine Band. I got a good notion to pop you one right on top of you.
No, look here, McGee. I was just trying to do you a favor.
A fine favor. Waking me up at this hour of the night.
I just woke up myself.
Huh?
I woke up and happened to look out the window, and there was your car standing outside.
Oh.
I knew you'd forgotten to put it in the garage, and I was afraid it would freeze up.
Oh.
So I was going to put it away for you.
Well, gee, that was a pretty nice... I mean, well, that's pretty white of you.
I'm white, all right, chum. I'm frostbitten. Now, you give me your keys and go on back to bed.
Here, Gildy, and I'm sorry I popped off at you. You're really a great guy.
Oh. You don't mean that, McGee.
Yes, I do, Gil. You're the best friend I ever had.
Really, little chum?
You betcha. Why, there ain't anything you could ask me to do that I wouldn't do for you. My buddy.
Nothing at all?
Nothing. Just ask me. That's all. Just ask me.
All right. I will, McGee.
Mm-hmm.
Take these keys and put that jalopy away yourself. Good night, buddy.
Why, that mealy-mouthed double-crossing...
McGee, come to bed before you catch cold.
Okay, I'm coming. You know what Gildersleeve just done? He wanted... Oh! That rat, that cedar chest!
Oh, get in bed and calm yourself, McGee. Remember the old saying, late to bed and late to get up, and you'll feel all day like a poison pup.
At last. Boy, can I sleep now. I'm so tired, I...
4 o'clock, and we were going to bed at 8:30. Oh, well. Good night, McGee.
Good night.
McGee, somebody at the door.
Yeah. Let's keep quiet. Maybe they'll go away.
I've got a better idea. Bring them in and let us go away.
Oh, all right, I'm coming. Ouch!
Did you kick that cedar chest again?
No, but I thought I was gonna.
Hello there, Johnny. Telegram for you. Sign here.
What's the idea of bringing this so early in the morning, old-timer?
You mean you kids ain't up yet, Johnny? What you gonna do? Sleep all the forenoon?
Why, you old...
You ought to get to bed earlier. You're just a growing boy and you need your sleep. Don't forget, an hour's sleep before midnight is worth more...
That's I know that. I started to go to bed at 8:30. And if it hadn't been for a bunch of jugheads like you hammering at my door all night, I'd have been in bed...
Easy there, Johnny. Easy. Don't take that tone of voice with me. I'm sensitive.
Yeah. You're sensitive, all right. Like a violet. And confidentially, you shrink.
good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it.
I don't care how you heard it. Good night. That takes care of that old fossil.
What was it, dearie?
It's a telegram.
Who from?
I don't know. I ain't opened it yet. Wait till I get back in bed. I'm cold. Why? Well, I'll be out.
What is it?
Why, it's from our sponsor.
What's he say?
He says, Dear Fibber and Molly, your last 2 or 3 shows have sounded very tired. Why don't you try getting a good night's sleep?
Oh, Piggy, what are you doing?
I'm kicking that cedar chair.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. And now here are the simple directions for keeping linoleum floors clean and beautiful. Spread a little Johnson's self-polishing glow coat lightly over the floor surface. This amazing liquid polish is so easy to use, goes on so smoothly, that a child can apply it without any difficulty. Glow coat never streaks or smears, never becomes gummy. It dries in 20 minutes, becomes a sparkling, gleaming surface without any rubbing or buffing. The floor that wears a glow coat polish is protected from the wear of scuffing feet. Dirt and stains can't cling to this shining surface. If you want to save yourself hours of work and also make your linoleum last longer, order Johnson's Glow Coat from your dealer. Look for the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money on the larger sizes.
Hey, Molly.
Yes.
Must be morning. I just heard a rooster crowing.
That wasn't a real rooster.
It wasn't?
No.
What was it?
This has been such a wonderful evening, Pathé News is making a picture of it.
Good night.
Good night, dog.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello. Hiya, new car?
No, car new. It does look new, though, doesn't it? Oh, this Johnson's Car New Auto Polish is really something. Actually cleans and wax polishes a car at the same time. One operation, half the time it used to take. No more dirty cars for me. Why don't you buy a can of Johnson's Car New and wax polish your car this easy way? Here's how it's spelled. C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I See the Moon at Noon.
Wilcox, why should I wax my floors? What does the wax really do for them?
Well, that's a good fundamental question, and I can answer it very clearly. Have you ever rubbed an apple to make it shine? Do you realize that what made it shine was a thin coat of wax with which nature protects fruit and flowers? It's true. And the use of genuine wax on floors is also for protection. When you put Johnson's Wax on your floors, you're protecting them against scratches, stains, and wear of all kinds. The wax coat is a glowing shield of protection. And just as rubbing the apple made it more beautiful, polishing your floors with genuine Johnson's Wax adds greatly to their beauty. and for that matter, to the beauty of your entire home. And there's a third reason for Johnson waxing your floors. It saves you work all year, does away with tiresome floor scrubbing. And besides floors, there are 100 extra uses for Johnson's wax in your home. May I urge you to buy some tomorrow? For the last few years, a certain citizen of Wistful Vista has been quietly collecting bottles. If you can collect bottles quietly. And here, loading his loot into the car to take it downtown and sell it, we find that collector of infernal residue and his patient spouse, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Thank goodness that's about all. Ain't got room for many more in that back seat. Hand me that last carton, will you, Molly? Thanks.
You're welcome, dearie. Now you can do something for me.
Sure, what?
Look, since 1938, you've carefully saved every bottle that came into the house.
Yeah.
And I never asked you why. I was never one to pry into your private life. If you wanted to collect bottles or buttons or butterflies or baboons, it was all right with me. But now I'd like to know what your idea was, and if you don't tell me, I think I'm going to scream.
Gee, I'm sorry, Molly. I thought all the time you knew I'd been saving those bottles for the refund.
The refund?
Sure. Instead of trotting down to the grocery every day with 2 ginger ale or root beer bottles and coming home with a dime, I thought I'd save them for a couple of years and really collect some dough. Catch on to it?
Well, heavenly days. And how much do you expect to get for the lot, me bold financier?
Well, averaging 2 cents per bottle, and I got exactly 537 bottles. I figure I'll get about $11. And that ain't hay.
And to think how many glass blowers have been wasting their breath when they might have been learning the piccolo. $11 for 3 years' work.
What do you mean, 3 years' work? It ain't been work.
What?
It's been fun.
What you mean?
It's been my hobby. It's kept me off the streets.
Well, where are you taking them?
Grocery store. You want to go along?
I wouldn't miss it for a 40-acre farm with Clark Gable as hired man. Let's go.
Okay, climb in.
Well, where'll I sit? You got both seats full of bottles.
Well, sit up in front there. You can make a kind of a little nest among the root beer and ginger ale bottles.
Fine. They were soft drinks, so I ought to be quite comfortable.
Now, don't bust any of them. I got a lot of time and money in this stuff.
You got a lot of water in them, too. Something's dripping down my neck.
That's just the rinse water. Some of it ain't quite dry yet. Some of them ain't. Well, here we go.
Hey there, Johnny. Hello, daughter.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
If you're going downtown, would you mind if I rode as far as... Hey, what you doing, Johnny? Bootlegging?
No, I ain't bootlegging. I'm taking these bottles back for a refund.
Is that so?
Yep.
From the looks of the bottles, you must have threw quite a party, kid. Why didn't you invite me? I'm great at parties. Do card tricks, impersonations, and I can take my vest off without removing my coat.
Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Oldtimer, but we didn't give a party.
I've been saving these bottles for 3 years, Oldtimer.
What for, Johnny?
Well, it's just a hobby with you, Mr. Oldtimer. Haven't you got a hobby?
I got 2 hobbies, daughter. I'm a string saver, and I never step on cracks in the sidewalk.
Well, every man to his taste, Oldtimer. I collect bottles, so you collect string.
And I've got a blue serge coat that collects lint.
That's pretty good, Snooky, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, did you hear this, Fibber McGee and Molly on the Lux Radio Theater last night?
Well, what'd the other fellow say?
Nothing, Johnny. He just sneered. Well, I guess you ain't got room enough for me to ride with you, Johnny. I'll walk down to the corner and wait for a streetcar.
Why, the streetcars don't go past that corner, Mr. Oldtimer.
That's why I like to wait there, daughter. It's quiet. So long,
Now, what's the matter with this thing? It started off all right this morning. Dad wrapped the desk.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Now, don't bother me now on account of...
Hey, where'd you get all the bottles, mister? Criminy, is that ever a snag of 'em, though?
Hey, watch your language there, sis. I got my wife with me.
Hey, what you gonna do with all the bottles?
I'm going to take them back to the store for a rebate. I says I'm returning them for a rebate. Rebate. Don't you know what a rebate is?
Sure I do, I bet you. It's when you put another worm on the hook. But gee, mister, you can't catch enough fish to fill all those bottles.
That rat it, sis, I ain't going fishing.
Don't you like to fish?
Sure I like to fish,
So
but...
do I, mister. Can I go with you?
Where?
Fishing.
Look, sis, get this through that little sunbonnet full of sawdust, will you? I ain't going fishing.
I know it.
Well,
Why?
because in the first place, I ain't got time, and in the second place, the season ain't open, and in the third place, I don't want to. And in the fourth, fifth, and sixth places, I got to take these bottles back.
What for?
For a rebate.
Well, I guess this is where I came in, and my mama doesn't like to have me stay through 2 shows. So long, mister.
Get them brakes fixed. Well, come on, Molly. Here's the grocery store.
All right, dearie. And believe me, it'll be a relief to get up off of these things.
Also, come why?
Well, there were 3 mustard bottles leering at me like I was a piece of corned beef.
Now, I'll see. I'll take a few samples in first. Now, let me see. 1 ginger ale, 1 ketchup, 1 grape juice, 1 root beer, 1 horseradish. That ought to give them an idea.
Yeah, it'd give me one if I was them, but I hope they don't think of it. Well, good luck to you, dearie.
Thanks. I'll be back in just a minute, and you can help me carry in the rest of the... Whoa! Dad, Bradford, Bud, why don't you look queer? Oh, hi, Nick.
Well, for scream's sakes, Fisher. Excuse me for being such a big clumsy. I guess my feet are all thumbs.
Oh, don't worry about the bottles you broke, Mr. DePoplis. They were just a handful of empties.
Oh, is that so? I'd have got at least 11 cents refund on them bottles. You going to pay me for them, Nick?
Certainly. How much?
Well, I think he said 11 cents, Mr. DePoplis.
Oh, sure. Well, here's 2 bits apiece, Fisher.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. I can't make change.
Well, take the quarter, McGee, and I'll give Mr. DePoplis 3 more bottles. Here, Mr. DePoplis. Here's your change.
Oh, thank you.
Hey.
This is being a lot of fun, Cupid. Here's $2. Give me some more and
Hey,
I'll take them
hey. Cut that out. You think I want to get pinched for all this broken glass all over the sidewalk? Lay off, DePoplis.
Huckly duckly, Fizzer. And look, Mrs. DePoplis is telling me to ask you if you are caring to stop at our house some nights this week for a game of compact bridge. Don't do it because she hates bridge. So long, Fizzer. So long, Cupid.
Goodbye, Mr. DePoplis. Now, McGee, don't step in any of that broken glass.
I already did.
Oh, dear, let me see it. Maybe I can...
It's all right. I stepped in some iodine, too. That's funny. That got a big laugh last week. Oh, well. Well, come on, Molly. Hold the door open for me.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Sale. Can you...
Be with you in just a minute, Mr. McGee. I'm waiting on a customer. Was there anything else, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, let me think. Oh, yes, I want a small box of curry powder. And send all this stuff right over to my apartment, will you please?
Oh, yoo-hoo, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. What was that stuff you just asked for?
Well, hello, folks. I just asked for a small box of curry powder.
Curry powder?
Shucks, you never told us you had a horse, Harlow.
Why, I haven't. This is the powder I put in the sauce when I make curry.
You?
You mean you cook, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, sure, doesn't Fibber?
He does not. And I wouldn't think of letting him mess up my kitchen either.
Why, Molly, I'm ashamed of you.
What?
Why, there's no excuse for husbands not messing around in the kitchen these days if they want to. What if they do mess up the floor?
Excuse us, folks, but this is the part of the thing that pays for the stuff. What you mean, Harlow?
Well, I mean about... I mean about the linoleum being properly protected with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. The no-rubbing, no-buffing polish that shines as it dries. And what well-kept kitchen floor isn't in these modern times? Why, what if the old man does spill a gob of gravy or a splatter of hen fruit on the floor?
Oh, dear.
Who cares? It can be wiped up in a jiffy with a damp cloth.
Say, that'd be a great premium to give away with every can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't what?
A jiffy. A pearl-handled jiffy to wipe the spots off the flooring. That'd be swell.
Oh, don't be silly.
Oh, don't you be silly.
Excuse me, Mr. McGee. You're next.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Sale. Well, we'll see you later, Wilcox.
And keep your curry up, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, stop in at our house sometimes. I'll fry you a nice batch of stupefied crandall whims. With raisins. You like them?
I love them, if they're fried in deep fat.
Now then, what was it for you, Mr. McGee?
I want a refund on these bottles.
Now, let me see. You have a penny coming on the root beer, a nickel on the ginger ale. What's this?
Oh, that's a horseradish bottle. It's all washed and sterilized.
Sorry, no refund on those.
Well, how about the grape juice?
We don't carry that brand anymore.
The mustard?
Nope. Just on the root beer and ginger ale. Here's 10 cents. You can
Oh,
take
hey, wait. I got a car full of them outside, but just wait till I...
Wait a minute, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
How many root beer and ginger ale bottles have you?
Oh, I'd say about 170, which would come to about $5.75, but you...
Oh, no, you don't.
Huh?
You haven't bought a dozen bottles of that stuff from me in 5 years. Take them back where you got them. This is a grocery, not a junkyard.
Now, you look here, Mr. Sale. If that's the way you're going to act, you're liable to lose our account.
Mrs. McGee, I've been trying to lose your account ever since you opened it. It's more bother than it's worth.
Oh, yeah? Well, it'll be all right with us, too, Si.
Sure it will.
That last spinach you sent us had so much sand in it, I had to eat it with a niblick.
But, Mr. Sale, why has our account been so much trouble?
I'll show you. Look, here's your last order slip. Our delivery truck went clear across town to bring you 1 egg, 2 apples, 4 macaroons, and a box of toothpicks.
Say, who ordered those toothpicks?
I did, Molly.
What for?
Well, I was working on my ship model, and I ran out of lumber. Well, okay, Bud, if that's the way you feel about it, give me my dime for these 2 bottles.
Oh, now look what you've done. You've got broken glass all over my rhubarb.
Oh, my.
Get out of here, and don't come back.
Oh, but look, I got a car full of bottles that I've been saving.
I don't care if you've got a prairie schooner full of platinum. I don't want it. Go away!
Home?
No,
Where?
drugstore.
Oh.
And furthermore, Mr. Kramer, if I'd ever suspected you wasn't going to make good on them bottles, I'd have never bought all my postage stamps in your drugstore.
What'd he say?
Shook his head.
What'd you do?
I shook my fist.
What'd he do?
Shook a shotgun.
What'd you do?
Shook. Hey, sis, I got these bottles here a while back, and I'd like to get a refund.
Sorry, sir. That was when we were under the NRA. No refunds now.
Oh, but I want my dime.
You can't have it. You've washed off the little blue eagle.
Hey, Bud, I got a few bottles.
Sorry, I've taken the pledge.
Look, mister, I've been everywhere in town. Do you refund money on...
On nothing. Beat it.
Well?
Yeah, I guess I'm a chump, Molly. It's no use. Shucks, I thought I had a swell idea collecting these bottles, but, well, I guess I flopped.
Oh, now, don't take it to heart, dearie. Everybody sticks their neck out now and then.
Yeah.
That's why they have portholes on boats.
Yeah, but shucks,
Oh, there you are, Mr. McGee. I've been looking all over Wistful Vista for you.
Hi, Effie.
Hello, Abigail. What was it you wanted?
Well, someone told me that Mr. McGee had several hundred old bottles he wanted to sell, and I was so afraid he'd dispose of them before I found him.
Well, there's no use in crying. Oh, what? What'd you say, Uppy?
She sounds like an angel in disguise, McGee. And one of the cleverest disguises I ever saw.
You mean you want to buy these bottles, Uppy?
Indeed I do, Miss McGee. How many have you?
Why about 500.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Oh, what a lucky girl I am, really. 500 perfectly good bottles. But I warn you, Miss McGee, I drive a hard bargain.
Well,
I'm offering you $50 for the entire lot.
Heavenly days, $50.
Well, 60 then.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Uppy. That's ridiculous. Why, when I tell you how much I expected to get for these bottles, you...
Well, $75, and that is my final offer.
Sold to the lady in the prematurely gray fur coat.
Say, I don't quite... This is so sudden. Look, what do you want these bottles for, Uppy?
Don't you wish you knew, you clever boy? You know the old saying, ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no anyway. Now, here, Miss McGee, here's the $75,
oh, thanks.
And you may dump those bottles in my backyard any time today.
Pinch me, McGee. Ouch! Thank you. And thank you, Abigail.
Oh, no, thank you. And now, to celebrate the deal, I insist on taking you to dinner at the 400 Club.
What?
Oh, come now. I shan't take no for an answer.
Well, there's no danger of you getting it for an answer, Mrs. Uppington.
I should say not. I suddenly got an appetite that'd make a steam shovel lower its bucket in shame. Climb in, Uppy. Let's go.
Oh, but where shall I sit, Mr. McGee?
Here, I'll make room for you, Abigail.
Oh, my. Oh, that's fun, really.
Ain't it, though?
Well, here we go. And don't let the horseradish get smart with you, Abigail.
The King's men singing The Covered Wagon rolled right along.
Oh, the covered wagon rolled right along, while the pioneers gave out a happy song. Me and Pappy did the driving, Mammy cooked and kept us thriving, and the covered wagon rolled right along. We left Kentucky on the 10th of May. Pappy said,
I'll get our victuals every day.
every day.
Mammy, you just grease the skillet. If we need some food, I'll kill it.
And the covered wagon rolled right along. Pappy's pants were made from skins of buffalo, poor buff. But when winter came and brought the ice and snow, cold and rough,
Pappy's pants ran out of leather.
Mammy prayed for milder weather, and the covered wagon rolled right along. Once a wildcat jumped at Mammy from the rear. Pappy winked an eye and said, now don't you fear. If he really tries to crowd her, we'll be having wildcat chowder, and the covered wagon rolled right along. Now at playing poker, Pappy won his fame. Once he got an Indian chief into a game. Pappy wound up with 4 deuces and a squaw with 6 papooses, and the covered wagon rolled right along. Pappy sold the mules and then went on a spree. And he said, at last I got my liberty. Mammy said, cut out your bragging, and she hitched him to the wagon, and the prairie schooner rolled right along. Now at last old California came in view, and we realized the troubles we've been through. Me and Ma are lucky creatures, Pappy's making western features, and the covered wagon rolls and rolls right along.
Boy, oh boy, what a day. You know, Molly, for a while there today, I almost begun to have doubts if I could sell them bottles.
Say, what on earth do you suppose Mrs. Uppington wants them for?
I don't know, but I kind of regret leaving them go at $75. I wish I'd asked $100.
Well, you know, it cost her almost that anyway. I saw the bill she signed for dinner at the 400 Club.
Yeah?
You know how much?
No.
$22.
$22? Oh, that couldn't be just for that one meal for the 3 of us. She must be boarding there by the week.
No, sir, it was nearly $7 apiece.
Say, that was a mighty nice dinner, too, wasn't it?
I thought you said it wasn't so hot.
Well, that was before I knew it cost $7. And I still say, though, that was the worst cider I ever drunk.
You do? That wasn't cider. That was champagne.
It was?
Sure.
I thought the waiter said his mother made it.
No, he did not. He said it was Mom's.
Who's that?
Search me. Better get that $75 off the site. Come in.
Well, hello there, folks. How's every little thing?
Why, just wonderful, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Better than they've been for a long time, Gildy, old man.
Really?
Why, certainly.
Well, that's fine, McGee. I just stopped in, McGee, to ask you if you could get into one of my suits.
Why, we could both get into one of your suits. Why should we?
Why, sure, he's got clothes of his own.
Yes, I know, but I thought that, how you fix for groceries, McGee.
Groceries?
Hey, what is this? Wait a minute. First you offer me your old clothes, then you offer us food. That ratted Gildersleeve, if you think for 1 minute...
No. Take it easy, little chum. Take it easy. It's no disgrace to be poor.
Oh, I'll say it isn't.
What are you driving at anyway, you big baboon?
Now, look here, little pal. Why don't you let me make you a small loan? Sort of ties you over until...
That ratted Gildersleeve, you cut that out. I don't want any money, and I don't want any clothes, and I don't want any groceries. Well, shucks, anybody think we didn't know where the next meal was coming from?
Well, do you?
What's that?
Now, Mrs. McGee, maybe I can talk sensibly with you. I know all about it. Mrs. Uppington told me.
She told you what, Gildersleeve?
About how she got word that you had your car full of junk and trying to sell it, McGee. Imagine Fibber McGee, my pal, my neighbor, reduced to selling old bottles. Why didn't you let somebody know, McGee? We'd all been glad to help you.
Well, of all the...
Well, I'll be it.
It's all right, chum. We won't say a word about this outside. But when Mrs. Uppington told me she felt so sorry for you that she took you in and bought you a warm meal, then paid you $75 for a useless ton of old bottles, well, that got me, McGee.
Oh, so that's why she... Oh.
That does it. That absolutely does it. Molly, never let me see another bottle in this house as long as I live.
There's only one bottle left in the house, dearie.
Well, where is it?
Upstairs.
Well, go get it and throw it away.
Impossible.
Why?
Uncle Dennis won't let go of it.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. When that young son of yours goes tromping across your clean kitchen floor in his wet, muddy shoes, do you scold him and then feel sorry about it afterward? Well, it's a natural thing to do. But isn't it better to protect your floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat and not have to worry about it at all? Glow Coat is the easy, modern way to keep linoleum floors clean and sparkling with a minimum of work. All you do is apply and let dry. Without any rubbing or buffing, your floors are protected with a gleaming, long-lasting polish. Glow Coat keeps the colors of linoleum looking like new. Makes the linoleum itself last much longer. So you see, Glow Coat saves twice. Saves you tiresome work and saves your linoleum. In millions of homes, women swear by Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Be sure to buy a can tomorrow. Oh, yes, remember, you save money on the larger sizes.
You know, Molly, what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to buy Gildersleeve a big, expensive present just because he tried to be so nice to us.
Yeah. Mrs. Uppington was nice, too, McGee.
Yeah.
Though she didn't have to run and tell Mr. Gildersleeve about it.
No, but I certainly give her a lot of credit.
You're going to pay the money right back, aren't you?
No, for that she's got to give me a lot of credit. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Here's a special message to all high school boys.
Fellow classmen, if your folks are like mine and say you should have some real work to do around the house, well, here's a tip. Ask for the job of cleaning and waxing the car. There's nothing to it. Use Johnson's Carnu, C-A-R-N-U. It cleans and wax polishes in one simple operation, and if you're any good at all, you'll be finished in about an hour. Don't forget the name, Johnson's Carnu.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Our next broadcast is the brainchild of American comedy duo George Burns and real-life wife and partner Gracie Allen. In September of 1934, their 30-minute program premiered as The Adventures of Gracie. The title changed in 36, and from 36 till 50, the series switched back and forth between NBC and CBS until it was canceled. They re-emerged on television with a successful situation comedy which lasted from 1950 to 1958. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present Burns and Allen on HOJO Radio.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again, and that means another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Will you answer the door, Gracie? I haven't finished shaving.
All right, dear. Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. No letters for you this trip. Just that magazine your husband subscribes to.
Oh, how wonderful. George!
Yes, dear.
Your copy of Cowboy Love Tales is here.
Gee, that's great.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought it, Mr. Postman. It's 3 days late, and he's having a fit.
I know just how he felt, Mrs. Burns, because I read Cowboy Love Tales myself. It appeals to all us virile, red-blooded men.
Oh, yes. Now we can finish that serial. Love comes to Oklahoma Tex and find out if Tex marries the school mom.
Yes, that's been preying on my mind, too.
Oh, poor George dreams about it. And it's very embarrassing for me. In the middle of the night, he shakes me and he says, Ma'am, will you and me ever get hitched?
I never dream much, Mrs. Burns. I sleep very soundly, and that's one of the things that keeps me in such robust health.
Well, Mr. Postman, you're lucky. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Gee, I'm glad Cowboy Love Tales came. Oklahoma, Texas in a bad spot. I'll read it right after dinner. Gee, I'm dying to see that magazine.
Say, you know, dear,
Yes?
now that we're staying home nights on account of gas rationing, wouldn't it be nice to make friends with our neighbors?
Well, maybe you've got something there. They really should get to know their neighbors.
Well, I should say, why, before I got married, a man lived next door to our house for 10 years. And not one of us even said hello to him in all that time.
Well, that wasn't right.
Oh, no, it wasn't. And we were mighty sorry we couldn't say we knew him later when he murdered his wife.
It's a big celebrity. I hope our neighbors are just plain folks.
Oh, well, all of ours seem like lovely people.
Funny how little we know about them.
Yeah, the only neighbors I know anything about are the ones who just moved in next door.
Well, what do you know about them?
Well, they sleep in twin beds. He exercises with Indian clubs, and she keeps goldfish.
Oh, you met them?
Oh, no, I watched them unload the moving van.
I say, you could tell all that by the stuff they own, huh?
Oh, sure. For instance, I know they have a daughter they're trying to marry off.
How do you know that?
Well, their sofa has a built-in light switch.
Well, you could be right about that. What else do you know?
Oh, lots of things. I know he's a hair tonic salesman because I saw his samples. I also know the hair tonic's no good.
It's no good.
No, one of the bureau drawers came open and his toupee fell out.
Next time I move, it's going to be at night.
And I know he's very tall because this morning when she hung out the wash, I had to close the dining room window.
Why?
The legs of his long underwear kept blowing in.
You know, Gracie, I don't think it's nice
Hi,
for you
George.
to...
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Glad you dropped in, Bill. Gracie and I were just discussing how to make friends with our neighbors.
Yeah, you know, I'm interested, Bill. How did you and George get to be friends?
Well, Gracie, I was playing golf. I hit a ball in the rough. A fella picked it up. I ran after him, knocked him down, took the ball away. We've been friends ever since.
It never happened. And you didn't knock me down. I stumbled.
Of course, there are better ways of making friends, Gracie. I have one surefire method.
Oh, yeah, what is it, Bill?
Well, you and George go over to a neighbor's house and ring the bell, see? When he answers the door, you say, "Hello, we're Mr. and Mrs. Burns," and you hold out your hand. Now, he reaches out to take it, and suddenly he gasps. "Ah, why, your hand is beautiful. Tell me quickly, what kind of soap do you use?"
Yeah, they always ask that.
Oh, it never fails.
Yes.
But you don't tell them, you see. You don't say that you use Swan, the new white floating soap, the soap that's purer than even the finest Castile soaps. Pure as the morning dew.
We don't tell them.
Oh, no, not a word.
No.
Now, George, you've got his curiosity aroused.
Sure.
Well, he says, "Please tell me what kind of soap you use."
Now we tell them.
No, not a word.
Oh, suspense.
Yes.
Yes.
Don't even hint to them that because Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's bound to be kind to your hands and skin. And that's swell to know, because those pure Swan suds are great for washing dishes and for every soap and water job in the house. But mind you, don't tell him this. Don't say a word. Just look mysterious.
Are you sure this is the way to make him like us?
Oh, positive. Now, he begs you to tell him what kind of soap it is.
I say.
He pleads with you.
I say.
He gets down on his knees. But you still don't tell him.
Oh, please, Bill, let me tell him.
No, Gracie. You don't even tell him that he can break Swan in two with an easy twist of the wrist and use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for his hands and face. Instead, you start to walk away.
We're going to leave.
Oh, well, that's what he thinks.
Oh, we stay.
Yes.
I see,
He follows you down the walk, George. He throws himself across your path. He beats his head on the sidewalk. He tears his hair. Tears stream down his face. "Oh, please," he cries. "Please tell me what kind of soap you use. I've got to know. I've just got to know."
Oh, Bill, let me tell him what soap we use.
Well, all right, Gracie, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Bill. It's Swan, mister. It's Swan.
Oh. That does it. The fella is now so grateful, he's your lifelong friend. Now, you see how easy it is to make friends?
That's what you want us to do.
Yeah.
Look, Gracie, here's the way to do it. First, you pick out an impossible name like Tralifass. Chauncey J. Tralifass. Now, you ring the bell and you say, I beg your pardon, but isn't your name Chauncey J. Tralifass? And the fellow says no, because nobody's got a name like that. Then you say, you look like Chauncey, we used to go to school together. And before you know it, he invites you in for a cup of tea, and you get to be friends.
Oh, well, George, that sounds wonderful. I'll go right out and do it.
Good.
All right, Gracie, we'll watch you through the window.
Hello, what can I do for you?
I beg your pardon, but isn't your name Chauncey J. Tralifass?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
George, what do I do now?
This is Paul White. Well, this week we've taken an oldie, and the boys have given it 4 new motors. The 6 hits and a miss have added a bomb rack and streamlined the fuselage. And here it is, Johnny Comes Marching Home.
When Johnny comes marching home again, hurrah, hurrah, the people are gonna gather round from near and far. The ladies' hearts will be in a whirl.
You wind up stealing the sergeant's girl.
How they'll carry on when Johnny comes marching home. The bugles play. I hear those marching feet. I hear the drum. He's coming down the street. When Johnny comes marching home again, hooray, 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 we'll give him a hearty welcome and hooray, hooray, he'll wear a medal for bravery.
You wear a smile for the crowd to see.
And we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home. Hooray, 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 when Johnny comes marching, marching home.
Gracie, listen to this. Come to Mom's, gal, cried Oklahoma Tex. I'm a-gonna press...
George, put down that magazine.
But, Gracie, I want to see what he's a-gonna.
Look, we started out to make friends with our neighbors, and we're going to call on them right now.
But, Gracie,
Now,
Texas...
put it down, put it down. And we won't go calling empty-handed either. We'll take a cup of sugar and 2 eggs to each neighbor.
Each neighbor? I was looking forward to a little omelet for dinner.
George, have you forgotten this is Meatless Tuesday?
Eggs aren't meat.
Well, they grow up to be meat.
Gracie, chickens and fowl...
George, don't you want to call on our neighbors and make friends?
Of course, sweetheart. But we don't have to go disguised like an A&P market.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a can of waste kitchen fat ready to take to the market. You know, the government needs grease and fats to make bombs and bullets.
Uh-huh.
George, isn't it wonderful that fat will explode? My goodness, Paul Whiteman would make a blockbuster, wouldn't he? Oh, George Burns, you're not even listening to me.
What'd you all say, gal?
Put down that
Oh,
magazine.
Texas in trouble.
We're going to call on the neighbors.
Texas in such
Here,
trouble.
Look, I'll carry the sugar and you carry the egg.
Do we have to take this stuff?
Well, I can't start breaking my family customs now. My father never went to a neighbor's house empty-handed. Or was it the return trip he was always loaded down? Well, anyway, come on.
Gee, I feel silly. A man shouldn't go around leaving eggs at people's houses.
Well, don't think of yourself as a man, George. Think of yourself as an Easter bunny.
Thanks. Now I don't feel silly.
Well, here we are. George, ring the bell. Now, when they open the door, let me do the talking.
Okay. Yeah?
Well, how do you do? We're your neighbors. Everybody is short of eggs and sugar these days, so we thought we'd bring you some of ours.
Oh, a couple of hoarders, huh? Hoarders? I'll bet you have an icebox full of bacon and butter.
Well, sure we have.
Gracie, we haven't got any bacon or butter.
Yeah, I know. I'm just showing off.
On your way, hoarder, before I call the cops.
Hey, how dare you talk like that to my husband? He's just as honest as you are, you big crook.
Come on, Gracie, come on.
You better watch what you say. My husband doesn't care if you are twice as big as he is.
Gracie, come on.
He'll give you a good thrashing.
From there? Well, I hope you're satisfied.
Well, don't worry, dear. We'll try it on another neighbor. Where are the eggs?
Oh, gosh, I dropped them. When I thought I might have to fight that fellow, I reached for my glasses.
Yeah, I know. You just got them on in time, too.
Yeah.
Well, here's the next house, George. Let's try here.
Oh, no. I'm delivering no more groceries to neighbors. I want to see how Oklahoma, Texas
George!
Oklahoma, Texas in trouble,
George!
you know. Oh, all right.
Now, at this house, I'm going to try something entirely different.
Yes?
How do you do? We're your neighbors. We'd like to borrow a few pounds of coffee, please.
A few pounds of what?
Well, maybe I better explain.
You keep quiet. I knew you were a moocher the minute I set eyes on you.
But you don't understand.
I understand, all right. A few pounds of coffee. Why don't you ask for a few gallons of gasoline or a few pints of blood?
Look, miss, if you'd let me explain...
A fine pair of moochers. I'm not surprised at you, mister, but I can't understand how you can let your daughter stoop to a thing like that.
My daughter? Listen, I wouldn't borrow coffee from you if I lived to be 100.
That gives you about 3 months to look around.
She's sweet, isn't she, George?
Sweet? She called you a moocher.
Yeah, I know, but a young moocher.
Gracie, you're trying to do this the hard way. If you want to make friends with somebody, just walk right in and be friendly, that's all. Now you run on home. I'll handle the next one myself.
All right, dear.
Yeah? Well, hello there, neighbor. I'm George Burns. I live across the street. I thought I'd drop over and just sort of get acquainted with you. Yeah? Nothing like getting... Nothing like getting to know your neighbors, I always say. Huh, neighbor? Yeah. That reminds me, I heard a very funny story today. It seems that two fellas met at a bar, and one fellow said, I live on Elm Street, and the other fellow said, I live on Elm Street, too.
And one guy is the other guy's father.
Yeah, that's the joke, all right. You know the one about the boarder who stopped at a...
Yeah. No more lemon pie.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, did you hear the one about...
The woman on the streetcar?
Yeah. Funny story, huh?
No.
No, I guess it isn't. Say, how do you know all these stories? Are you on the radio, too?
Nope.
In the theater?
Nope.
What do you do?
Mind my own business.
Make friends with neighbors. Phooey.
And now Jimmy Cash gets in the Christmas spirit with I Sent a Letter to Santa.
I sent a letter to Santa. I mailed it carefully. And here's what I'm asking of Santa. Watch over Daddy for me. Maybe he's in Londonderry, or on the western sea. But if you would make Christmas merry, watch over Daddy for me. Like all girls and boys, I like pretty toys, especially this time of year. But I don't want trains when Daddy needs planes to help Uncle Sam keep the things we hold dear. I'll buy some stamps in the meantime, so we can all stay free. But please, Santa Claus, in between time, watch over Daddy for me.
Did Gracie give up? Oh, no. She phoned the neighbors and finally got the Baylesses and the Gibsons over that night for a little get-together. The party is now in full swing and has reached its peak of mirth and merriment.
Oh, you and me both, Ethel.
I just can't help it, Gregory. This is the dullest party I was ever at.
Yeah. And what time is it? 12, 1?
It's 9:26.
Oh, murder.
Oh, isn't this a wonderful party, folks? Aren't you glad you came over, Mr. Gibson?
Oh, sure.
Oh, and such fun and so neighborly. Aren't you having a marvelous time, Mrs. Gibson?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I knew you would. Well, when you and your husband finish with those snapshots of our trip to Seattle, I'll bring you something else exciting.
Great.
Well, now, you have to pardon me while I talk to Mr. and Mrs. Bayless. Our hostess must keep busy, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Bayless, isn't this a wonderful party?
Oh, delightful, Mrs. Burns. Simply delightful.
Well, don't forget to enjoy yourself.
All righty. Bert, I could kill you for dragging me to this clam bake.
Don't yap at me. It was your idea.
It was not. You're
Hey,
always...
close it. Here comes Burns with more of those drinks.
Did you get rid of the last ones?
Yeah, what a beating those goldfish are taking.
Well, here you are, folks. Just shook up a new batch. Hey, Bill, bring the Baylesses something to eat.
Okay, George. Want a cracker? Want a cracker?
No thanks.
Come on, Bill. You're a big help. Want a cracker? Want a cracker? They're people, not parrots.
Have you taken a good look at her nose?
Well, never mind. Hiya, Mr. Gibson. How about another drink?
Yeah.
Well, just yell when you're ready for more.
Only a guy with a C card could make drinks that taste like this.
Then why do you drink them?
I keep hoping they'll put me to sleep. Hey, what time is it? 2, 3?
It's 9:31.
Wow. Bill, come here a minute.
What is it, George?
Look, I haven't got the heart to tell Gracie, but this party is a mess. Can't you do something to pep it up?
Oh, sure. Listen, I got a routine that's a riot at parties. I hypnotize a woman and then I ask her questions.
Well, all right, go ahead. Nothing can hurt this party.
Okay, George. Folks, I'm going to try a little trick.
Oh, wonderful!
Mrs. Bayless, do you mind if I hypnotize you?
I'd better ask my husband. Bert, do you mind if Mr. Goodwin puts me in a trance?
Are you kidding?
All right, Mrs. Bayless. Now, look me right in the eye. Now, relax. Relax. There. Now, listen. I can make her say anything I want her to. Suggest a word, somebody.
Umbrella.
Any word at all.
Banana.
Just suggest a word. I can make her say it.
Telephone.
Any word at all.
Swan.
Thank you, little lady.
I almost forgot it, didn't I, Bill?
Yeah, Gracie. Well, I will now make Mrs. Bayless say swan. Mrs. Bayless, listen carefully. What do you use to wash your dishes?
My husband.
No, concentrate, Mrs. Bayless. What can you break in two with a twist of the wrist?
My husband.
Mrs. Bayless, I want you to say Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. You know, women have long considered Castile soap the standard of purity, and Swan is even purer than the finest Castile soaps. Money just can't buy a purer soap than Swan. Swan, Mrs. Bayless. Swan.
Oh, come on, Bill. Give her a little hint.
Oh, well, all right, I will. Mrs. Bayless, because Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's ideal for bathing a baby. And if it's that pure, well, you know it's great for your complexion and for your shower or tub. Tub, Mrs. Bayless. Think of Saturday night. Think of a big tub full of suds.
My husband.
Some hypnotist.
Hey, Ethel, what time is it? 4, 5?
9:36.
Still Tuesday?
Oh, aren't we having fun, everybody? Now let's all play solitaire.
Gracie, don't look now, but this party is dying on its feet.
Well, yeah, the gaiety has slackened off a little bit.
Yes.
Oh, but don't worry. I know the very thing to bring it to life. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please.
Some noise they were making.
Listen, everybody. I've got a wonderful surprise for you. Herman! Oh, come in, dear. Oh, now, folks, I want you to meet my little duck, Herman.
Oh, brother. Poultry yet.
Herman has learned how to recite the alphabet. Go ahead, baby. Recite it. That's right. A, B, C.
That was ABC?
Yes. Go ahead, Herman. What comes next? No. No. That's right. D.
That was D, huh?
Yes. Oh, Herman, darling, you're such a clever little ducky.
Gracie, I'd like to make that kid real smart. Let's stick him in a nice hot kettle of alphabet soup. Go on, go on, go on.
Well, folks, how did you like my little ducky? Wasn't he entertaining? I thought so, too.
Gracie, this party is absolutely awful.
Well, I've got an idea. We'll take all of your cigars and soak them in water, and then we'll pass them out, and when they try to light them, that'll be a scream. Forget it, huh?
I would, yes.
Well, leave it to me. I've got a wonderful surprise, everybody. I've got a wonderful surprise. My husband is now going to sing.
This I don't believe.
Let's get the duck back.
All right, George. All right, go ahead.
Well, I hope you folks like this little number. I always sing it at parties. From time to time in every clime, blessings come from above. To some name.
Well, goodbye, everybody.
Yes, goodbye.
Well, we've got to go. Good night.
Well,
Good night, Gracie. Thank
Come on, don't lock the door.
Well, good night, everybody. All right, there. You can stop now. They're all gone. Gone. They're gone. They're gone. You can stop. Come on, it's all over.
You mean they left while I was singing?
Yeah, I couldn't pep it up, so I decided to break it up.
Gracie, don't ever mention neighbors to me again.
Oh, I won't, dear. Well, it's all over. You sit down and relax, and I'll read to you.
Walking out in the middle of my song. I was going to jazz up the second chorus.
Oh, well, I'll read you all about Oklahoma Tech.
Why, the nerve of those people. What? Oklahoma Tech?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. At last I'll find out whether the school mom accepted them. Go ahead, read.
All right. Come to my arms, gal, cried Oklahoma Tech. I'm a-gonna brand you with a burning kiss.
Oh, so that's what he was a-gonna. Read on.
Oklahoma Tech looked deep into her eyes, into the eyes of Lucy, the school mom. Never had they seemed bluer. Lucy, he said, and he quivered. Lucy, let's you and me travel double harness, honey. Let's you and me put on our feed bags in the same corral. Lucy smiled. Oklahoma Tech.
George and Gracie will be back in a second, so I'm just going to remind you that even though Swan is purer than the finest Castile soaps, it's not expensive. In fact, you save money with Swan. You save in the kitchen because with Swan you don't have to buy easily wasted packaged soaps. And you save in the bathroom because Swan gives you more soap for your money than any leading toilet soap tested. So save money with Swan. And at the same time, see what it means to use a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oklahoma Tex backed slowly away, but the drink-maddened desperado edged closer and closer.
Oh, boy.
Suddenly he thrust the barrel of his gun down Oklahoma Tex's throat, and his finger tightened on the trigger. To be continued.
Darn it. Why do they always do that?
Well, George, how can you read this silly stuff when there are so many worthwhile books? Real literary masterpieces. Right here on our own shelves.
Well, I love this one.
Oh, all right. Well, let's go to bed. Oh, and bring me my copy of Agonizing Detective Tales with you.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time, when you'll meet a special guest at the Burns home, one of your favorite movie stars, Herbert Marshall. And don't forget, Swan also brings you Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, their guests, Herbert Marshall, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, today, Gracie has a luncheon date with her girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. We find them now at the Romney Village Gypsy Tea Room. Special luncheon, 45 cents. Tea leaves red.
Oh, isn't this place simply marvelous, Tootsie? So quaint, so gypsy-ish.
Yes, and I just love this gypsy food. Isn't it delicious?
Oh, wonderful. I've never tasted such corned beef hash.
My pig knuckles are divine, too.
Pardon, madame. I am the Swami. Would the ladies care to have their fortune told?
Oh, crazy lad.
Oh, I'd love to. How much do you charge?
Oh, there is no charge, madame. You have merely to order a cup of our gypsy tea, and I will read the leaves absolutely free.
Oh, wonderful. How much is the tea?
$3 a cup, madame.
$3? Oh, my goodness, we're lucky gypsies don't read coffee grounds.
Here is the tea, madame. Now then, I shall start with the fortune of the young lady.
Me?
Perhaps I should start with the pretty one.
Oh, well, I would have lost anyway.
Well, come on, Mr. Swami. Tell my fortune.
Very well, madame. I see a man in your life. No, wait. It is not a man. Yes, it is a man. Or is it?
Well, isn't that wonderful, Tootsie? He sees George already.
Yeah.
And this man's name, it starts with a G.
Well, now that's uncanny. How on earth did you know?
The leaves are infallible, madame.
Oh, I just can't wait. Read my fortune now, Mr. Swami.
Very well, madame. Oh, my. I see trouble for you in the future. It is something about taxes, I think. Income taxes.
Why, this man is amazing. Isn't he, though? And I know he's right because there's a letter from the tax department sticking right out of your handbag.
Oh, Gracie, you know, you're so lucky you're married to George. You don't have to worry about income tax.
I know. Oh, gee, Tootsie, I hope you get married soon so you have a dependent, too.
Mr. Swami, what else do you see in the teacup?
I see someone coming into your life in the very near future, madam. It is a man.
Oh, that's nice. A man?
Yes, a handsome man, and well-to-do. He will cross your path soon.
Oh, Tootsie, isn't that thrilling? Isn't that wonderful? What's his name, Mr. Swami?
His name? I cannot see his name.
Oh, just tell me the initials of this handsome man.
Handsome man. H.M.
H.M.
I don't know any H.M., Gracie.
No, neither do I, Tootsie. Except, oh, gee, could that be possible? You, Tootsie Sagwell, ruling over all those people?
Gracie, what are you talking about?
Everybody bowing? Oh, no, of course I forgot.
What's that?
His Majesty is already married. I'm home. George, put down that Western magazine and answer me. I said hello.
Oh, howdy, gal. Come into the corral and set a spell.
I wish you'd stop reading cowboy love tales.
But, sweetheart, it's the best magazine on the market.
Well, maybe so, but it's doing awful things to our married life. Gee, I'll never forget when I stopped at that perfume counter at the May Company. You said, "You don't need that there stuff, gal. You already smell like a newborn calf to me."
Well, that's a compliment. Oklahoma Tex always says that to Lucy.
Oh, forget Oklahoma Tex.
Forget Oklahoma Tex.
Forget him.
I'm crazy about him.
You know, Tootsie Sagwell and I had our fortunes told, and a dream man is coming into her life. Isn't that exciting? George, put down that magazine.
Yeah? Okay, I was listening.
Well, what did I say?
That you bought a new hat.
That's not what I said.
Well, it never missed before.
I said I'd been to a fortune teller.
Well, that's nice.
Say, George, do you know any wealthy, glamorous, fascinating man whose initials are H.M.?
Yes.
Who?
Harpo Marx.
Oh, George, he wouldn't do. A girl couldn't be happy with a man who just sits there and honks at her. Anybody else?
H.M. Well, Herbert Marshall.
Herbert Marshall. Yeah, he's wealthy, glamorous, and fascinating. Yeah, that's he. Oh, thank you, George.
Gracie, what's this all
Oh,
about?
he must be the H.M. the fortune teller was talking about. The lover chosen by fate, the dream man.
He told you about a lover? A dream man? Gracie, I always thought that I was your...
Only a man like Herbert Marshall could make up for all those dull, monotonous years.
Well, Gracie, granted, I'm not...
George, you just don't realize that a girl can be starved for romance.
Starved?
Oh, it's marvelous, George, just marvelous. Well, I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Upstairs to put on my very best dress.
Gracie.
And then I'm coming right down and I'm going over to Herbert Marshall's house and fix up a date.
Gracie, come back here. Please come back. Gracie! Gracie!
George, I heard you yelling clear out on the porch. What's the matter?
Well, it's Gracie, Bill. She's leaving me. She said I wasn't attractive. She said I wasn't a dream man.
Gracie said that?
Yes.
Well, gee, and imagine those millions of people who think of her as a nitwit.
Don't be funny. My wife is leaving me for Herbert Marshall. Step aside. I'm going upstairs to break this up.
Oh, no, George. That's exactly the wrong thing to do.
It is?
Oh, sure. Now, let me tell you how a friend of mine handled the situation when his wife left him.
How?
Well, he put a notice in the personal column of every newspaper, and it said, "Darling wife, all is forgiven. Come home to hubby, and he'll buy you Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castile soaps. Pure as an angel."
Oh, Bill,
But George, it worked. It not only worked for my friend, but 10,000 other wives came home to their husbands. They did.
Bill, you're worse than I am. Look, Bill, I'm going to talk to Gracie.
No, now wait, George. I don't say that plan will get Gracie back from Herbert Marshall. In fact, I don't think it will.
You don't, eh?
Oh, no, you'll have to go further. You'll have to say that because Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, you can use it to help safeguard your hands when you wash dishes or do any other soap and water job that comes along. And those mild, pure Swan suds will really get your work done, too. Just put that in the personal column.
Oh, fine friend you are. Talking about Swan. And my heart is breaking.
Well, I'm sorry, George. And believe me, my heart is breaking for you. Breaking like a bar of Swan, which you know you can break in two with an easy twist of the wrist.
Out.
And use one half in the kitchen for your dishes and house cleaning.
Out. Gee, he drives me crazy.
And the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face or for your tub and shower.
Out. Gee, even Bill hinted that I'm not so attractive anymore. Maybe I don't smile enough. I'll bet very few people know I've got dimples.
How do I look, George? Do you think he'll be impressed?
Gracie, are you really going through with this?
Well, yes, why shouldn't I?
Well, okay, before you go, answer just one question.
All right.
What's Herbert Marshall got that I haven't got?
Oh, well, George, look, I'm in a hurry now. Let's discuss that sometime when we've got the whole day together.
Paul White and the boys and the Six Hits and a Miss woke up singing this morning, and what do you think they had in their mind? It was, I had the craziest dream.
In my dreams, the strangest things appear. I had the craziest dream last night. Yes, I did. I never dreamt it could be, yet there you were, in love with me. I found your lips close to mine, so I kissed you, and you didn't mind it at all. But when I'm awake, such a break never happened. How long can a guy go on dreaming like I do? If there's a chance that you care, then please say you do. Baby, say it and make my craziest dreams come true.
Now, Gracie has rushed over to Herbert Marshall's house to inform him of his romantic future. She knocks at the door.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, do you remember me?
Of course I do. You're Gracie Allen. How's, oh, isn't that annoying? I know your husband very well, but I can't recall his first name.
Well, it's George.
Yes, so it is. Imagine me forgetting good old George Allen.
Oh, Mr. Marshall, it's George Burns.
Oh, yes, of course, son.
I guess you got George confused with my father.
Well, that is a possibility. Won't you, sit down?
Well, thank you. I'm glad you remember me, Mr. Marshall. I don't like to ask favors of strangers unless I know them.
I see. You have a favor to ask?
Well, yes. I went to a fortune teller today, and he said you're Tootsie Sagwell's dream man.
Tootsie Sagwell?
Uh-huh.
Is that a woman?
It certainly is. Here, this is her picture.
I repeat, is that a woman?
Well, just think, out of 100 million men, the fortune teller picked you for Tootsie. Isn't that thrilling?
Blood-curdling. But, Gracie, fortunately for me, I do not believe in fortune tellers.
Well, how can you say that? Why, a fortune teller once told my mother that she was going to take a trip across water.
And did she?
The very next day. She was scrubbing the kitchen floor and she fell over the pail.
Amazing.
But, Mr. Marshall, you were meant for Tootsie. It's fake.
No, but Gracie.
Oh, you and Tootsie have so much in common. She's an actress, too.
Really?
Oh, really? At our club last week, she did an impersonation of Gypsy Rose Lee.
Oh, please.
Oh, it was so exciting. The orchestra played the strip polka, and Tootsie came out, and all the men in the audience yelled, "Keep it on! Keep it on!"
Yeah, I can see their point. No, Grace, I simply can't have a love affair with this Miss Sagwell.
You won't be Tootsie's dream man?
Frankly, I have neither the time nor the courage.
But, Mr. Marshall, the fortune teller...
Gracie, it would take more than a fortune teller to make me go out with a creature like that.
You'd need a more important reason.
I certainly would.
Oh. Well, then I guess I'll have to tell you the truth.
The truth?
Yes. I'll bear my shame. I hoped I'd never have to tell this to anybody.
Good heavens, what is it?
Well, I want you to take Tootsie away from George.
What? You mean George and this Tootsie?
Yes. Oh, please don't tell anybody, especially George.
Well, I can't believe it.
Oh, well, don't blame Tootsie. It's not her fault. George pursues her.
The bounder. How can you live with a man? He's a cad.
Yeah, I know. But he's the cad I'm used to.
No, don't cry, Gracie.
Oh, dear. Nobody will help me.
Wait, Gracie, I'll help you. I'll do it. I'll make love to this Sagwell person if it'll save your home.
Oh, thank you. I'll arrange everything.
Now, goodbye, child. That beast doesn't deserve a sweet, innocent girl like you.
Yeah, I know. Goodbye.
Gracie!
Why, George, what are you doing here?
I followed you. What were you doing in Herbert Marshall's house?
It's a short cut to the market.
A shortcut to the market?
Well, you're getting so nervous.
Gracie!
Well, all right, I'll tell you. We just arranged a little date for tonight.
Well, that settles it. I'm going in there and tell that wolf a thing or two.
George!
Yes? Oh, it's you.
You're darn right it's me. My wife was just here. Do you deny it?
Deny it? Why, of course not.
And do you deny you just arranged a date?
No.
Bart, as one friend to another, what's your opinion of a man who'd break up a home?
George, let's face it, you're a complete and utter stinker.
I'm a stinker?
Unquestionably. I've seen the woman who's involved in this affair, George. Is she worth all this?
She is to me. Why, there isn't another one like her in the whole world.
That I will guarantee. Don't be a fool, George. Give her up.
Never.
But look at it from Grace's side a moment. She's too nice to have her life ruined. She deserves only the best there is.
Brother, are you conceited?
Now, George, what do you see in this Tootsie Sagwell?
Tootsie Sagwell? What's she got to do with it?
Well, aren't you in love with Tootsie?
In love with Tootsie? No. I go steady with Boris Karloff.
No, but Gracie said she wanted me to take Tootsie away from you. That's why she arranged a date for us.
Gracie arranged a date for you and Tootsie?
Yes.
Oh, now I get it. This is another scheme of Gracie's to help Tootsie. You see, Tootsie is dying to get a husband.
Well, she's insane to ask for volunteers. She ought to try selective service. Anyway, this lets me out of the date.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I can't spoil this date for Gracie. She'll never forgive me. You've got to go through with it.
But, George, look at that picture.
Bart, it's only one night out of your life, and it'll save my neck.
Oh, well, if it means that much to you.
Oh, thanks, Bart. I knew you'd do it. See you tonight.
You don't suppose Tootsie will make love to me, do you?
Well, she might.
Oh, murder. Now I know what a commando has to go through.
Well, Jimmy Cash has cooked himself up a mighty tasty arrangement of I Cared a Little Bit Less. And here it is, Okay, Jimmy.
Maybe I haven't a chance. Maybe you don't even care. Baby, is this a romance or a one-sided love affair? I wouldn't feel so lonely for someone I love and adore if I cared a little bit less and you cared a little bit more. I wouldn't cry my heart out for kisses I miss at your door if I cared a little bit less and you cared a little bit more. It all would be so simple if you were me and I were you. You'd realize what love is and you could see my point of view. So, darling, time's a-wasting when heaven is only next door. 'Cause I'll never care any less. Won't you care a little bit
Well, Tootsie ought to be here any minute, Mr. Marshall. Aren't you thrilled?
I've got goose pimples, if that's what you mean.
Oh, I hear footsteps on the walk. She's here.
Now, Bart, act like you're glad to see her.
George, I'm as hammy as the next, but frankly, I'm not that good an actor.
Here she is.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Well, I must say you're better looking than your picture, Tootsie.
Huh?
Oh, no, that isn't Tootsie. That's Bill Goodwin. You can tell them apart easily, Mr. Marshall. Tootie's taller.
Oh, I see.
Bill, this is Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Oh, how do you do? Herbert Marshall? George, isn't this the wolf who's trying to wreck your home?
Well, Bill, it's all
now,
right.
quiet, George. This is what friends are for, to handle these affairs of honor. Mr. Marshall, I challenge you to a duel with pistols.
Well, I better warn you, I'm the best pistol shot in the state.
Oh, well, I challenge you with swords.
I happen to be an expert swordsman.
Oh. Well, I challenge you to find a purer soap than Swan. Women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, and Swan is even purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap.
Look, Bill, you don't have to worry about Herbert Marshall taking Gracie away from
Oh,
me. You see,
George,
the whole
I'm
thing-
not thinking of you.
Oh.
You can find another woman, possibly. I'm thinking of the babies.
Babies?
What babies?
All babies, Mr. Marshall. Swan's great for bathing them. Because after all, if Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, well, it's bound to be kind to even a baby's tender skin.
Bill, Herbert Marshall bathes very few babies.
Well, all right.
Probably doesn't bathe over 3 or 4 babies a year.
Well, all right,
He
George,
and
but
Ronald Coleman put together.
Well, all right.
And you can throw in Lawton.
But remember, if Swan is kind to a baby's tender skin, then it must be swell for anybody's hands and face, anybody's complexion, anybody's bath or shower.
Mr. Goodwin, a few moments ago you were talking about a duel. What happened?
Duel? Oh, yes, forget it. I accept your apology. Well, goodbye, Mr. Marshall.
Ah, eccentric fellow, isn't he?
Yes, we love him, too. Oh, goodness, I wish Tootsie'd get here. You must be all on edge, Mr. Marshall.
I definitely am.
She's probably having trouble with the new makeup I suggested for her nose. Blue, green, yellow crayon.
On her nose?
Well, yes. I got the idea from an article on camouflage. Those colors will make a 16-inch gun fade into the background.
Believe me, Bart, it'll be an improvement.
This must be Tootsie now. Come in. Gracie, darling. Tootsie Sagwell.
Oh, Gracie, you said you had a surprise for me. What is it?
Well, here it is. Your dream man, H.M. Herbert Marshall.
Herbert Marshall? Oh, he's beautiful.
George, I think I'm about to faint.
Buck up, kid.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Marshall? I'm so glad you're mine, you lovely, lovely man.
Miss Sagwell, please put me down.
Do
I have to, Gracie?
Well, Tootsie, I guess you'd better. Here, put him on the sofa.
All right, there. You comfy, Herbert?
Do you realize you're sitting on my lap?
Oh, sure.
Oh, George, turn out all the lights. I just know they want to snuggle.
No. I beg of you, don't turn them off.
No, leave them on. My dream man and I want to look at each other. Look at me, Herbert.
George.
Yes, Bart.
You may turn them off.
You're safer this way.
Miss Sagwell, you realize you're squeezing me very hard.
Oh, sure.
Well, I wish you wouldn't. It's rather warm in this room, isn't it?
Kiss me, Herbert.
I'm getting warmer. George, is this house heated by an oil burner?
Yes, it is, Bart.
Kiss me, Herbert.
George, you should really cut your thermostat down to a temperature of 65 degrees. The government is asking all homeowners to do that in order to prevent a more serious shortage of fuel oil this winter.
Well, that's right. I'll do that. Anything else you'd like to mention?
No, that's all.
Kiss me, Herbert.
As I was saying, you should put the thermostat as low as possible at night and leave it there until morning.
Kiss me, Herbert.
And keep it low in the daytime if the family is going to be out.
Kiss her, Herbert.
And never heat any bedrooms.
Kiss me, Herbert.
And you can save 10% of your fuel by drawing all your window shades and drapes at sundown.
Herbert?
Yes, Miss Sagwell?
That's enough courtship. Let's get married.
George, may I see you a moment, old man?
Sure, Bart. What is it?
George, you've simply got to get me out of this. That woman, and I use the term loosely, has a gleam in her eye that I don't like.
Well, gee, Bart, you're an actor. Make up an exit.
Well, I'll try. Oh, Miss Sagwell.
Yes, Angel Pie.
Oh, me. Miss Sagwell, before we go any further, there is something you must know about me.
What?
I have a past, Miss Sagwell. I have lived.
Is that all? Oh, it should happen to me.
No, you don't understand. It all happened when I was but a lad. What did I know of the city or its evil ways? Then she came into my life.
Who?
She.
Oh, her.
Yes. It wasn't my fault, I swear it. How was I to know there was anything more than harmless 7-Up in that glass?
Oh, she didn't.
You don't know her.
Who?
Her.
Oh, she.
Yes. Gad, how I hated myself in the morning.
Women are beasts.
Yes, they are.
Well, you'll never find a nicer beast than Tootsie.
Oh, Herbert, forget your past. All I want to hear are those 3 little words that'll tell me how you feel about me.
Very well.
Say them.
Goodbye, Miss Sagwell.
Herbert!
Mr. Marshall, come back.
Stop it. Herbert Marshall never had any idea of marrying Tootsie. And goodbye.
Oh,
dear, I don't know what.
Oh, don't cry, Tootsie. There isn't any reason to cry.
I can't help it. I can't get a feller.
Fortune tellers are never wrong, Tootsie. Someday your HM will come along.
I won't even be here if he does. They'll probably throw me in jail on account of my income tax.
Oh, no, they won't, Tootsie. Let's see that letter from Washington.
Dear, I was just born under an unlucky star, that's all.
Tootsie! He's come into your life, HM. The fortune teller was right. Huh? Well, look at the signature on this letter. Henry Morgenthau.
George and Gracie will be back in just a second. So all I have time to say is this. When you buy Swan, you not only get a soap that's purer than the finest Castile soaps, you get a soap that gives you all the suds you need for any soap and water job in the house. Faster than other white floating soaps. Use Swan for the dishes. Use it for your hankies, hose, and undies. Use it in place of easily wasted package soaps. Use it in place of expensive toilet soaps. Yes, and use Swan knowing that it really is purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Gracie, this is no time of the night to bother Herbert Marshall.
But this is important. Hello.
Oh, no, not again.
Well, I just wanted to tell you that poor Tootsie can't sleep a wink.
Well, surely I'm not responsible for that.
Oh, yes, you are. You left our house in such a hurry you forgot your derby hat.
Well?
Well, Tootsie's keeping it under her pillow.
Come on.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time, when their special guest will be that bad man of the movies, Akim Tamirov. Remember, Swan also brings you another of radio's top shows, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network. Now, till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry.
You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say you're going to try today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.